Test, 1, 2. Test. first.
No roll call. Perfect. All right. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Very good. Morning, everybody. Hope your car heaters are warm this morning on the way in. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's public meeting law, notice of meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NWACA conducts its meetings accordingly to Robert's Rules of Orders. Actions during the meetings will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intentions to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation or the record. Subsequently, that all members shall not participate in any discussions of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned off and on using the button on top of them. I'd like to welcome the following new board members to the External Affairs Committee. Kevin Bishop, Council Member Ward 2, City of Cleveland. Megan McIntosh, Morgan, Commissioner, Lake County, welcome. Chris Koshman, Trustee, York Township, Medina. Mayor Jim Petrus, City of Cleveland Heights. Find some salt yet? Us either. And Council Chairs Valerie McCall, Chair of the Business Advisory Council, Bashara Addison, Chair of Community Advisory Committee, Eric Mack, Chair of Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, and finally, Eric Hang, I'm saying that right? Hangy, Chair of Rural Advisory Council. Minutes of the October 10th, 2025 meeting were in your packets. Is there any corrections or additions? May I have a motion to approve? Got a motion. Do I have a second? Got a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion for the minutes is approved. Council updates. I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on activities since the last meeting. Business Advisory Council, Valerie McCall, you can see here. Your summary can be found in the packet. Community Advisory Council. Sharon not here, again, can be found in your packets. Rural Advisory Council. And then finally, Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. All those can be in your packet. Has anyone signed in for public comment? No one has signed in. Since there being none, we'll move on to the next item agenda, and that would be the Executive Director's report. Grace?
I have no report, but it's very cold out there.
All right. Action items. CY 2026 Internal Affairs Committee Focus Areas. Presenter is Danielle Render. Good morning.
Good morning to you all, to the chair and members. I have the opportunity to talk to you today about the calendar year focus areas. So this is an action requested from the External Affairs Committee. We did have approval of the focus areas in 2025. And so just to let you know, I think there's like a little delay in here. I'm sorry. So for your knowledge, the Public Affairs Division serves as NOACA's central hub for information and contacts and insight across the region about the work that we do. And we're always looking to elevate our agency's mission by aligning all of our regional priorities and even the clear focus areas of coordinating messages. We like to call it connected progress. And so of this, with the External Affairs Committee, you do assist NOACA with its relationships in various governmental agencies and subdivisions, media and general public, about all of our community awareness and advocacy approaches. And all of this is to ensure that the agency's outreach addresses its core mission areas of transportation, air quality, and water quality to all communities. So for the calendar year 2026 priority areas, they are very similar to what was presented in 2025 with elevating our communications, outreach, policy, education, and advocacy initiatives. And they are very much aligned with our OWP and the We Kneel 2050 Long Range Plan, and always to enhance our outreach and capacity buildings with stakeholders and the general public. The proposed focus areas for 2026 really speaks to advocacy and marketing for a lot of our programs, including the electric vehicle charging stations, no idling, and focus group planning center around climate and clean energy investments. We're also looking at advocacy and outreach for federal, state, and local priorities, brand identity and content marketing to reach vast audiences, our communication messages, and really looking at impact stories and outputs, and telling our story. Advancing participation for the development of the climate pollution reduction planning outputs, elevating our program and outreach with programs such as our Van Pool workforce accessibility and mobility tool and our Go Ohio commute platforms. Developing county Pacific engagement activities surrounding our long-range plan, We Kneel 2050 Plus and TIP, and creating a structured messaging platform to alert community on all of our pertinent and emerging regional issues through our website and online platforms. And as you see, it says co-lead. So this is just not public affairs. It is within all of our divisions and working collectively and cohesively to do these programs and initiatives. And I also want to include building stakeholder partnerships through community affairs functions and producing external affairs speaker forums, and even translating a lot of our work and our messages in other languages to advance audience participation. And to do that, our public affairs always has the strategies to define the narrative, looking at our missions and our values for content marketing communications. We're always identifying and cultivating relationships with stakeholders, collecting this data formally and informally, and communicating with our constituents. It could be face-to-face meetings, social media, online platforms, or even through paid advertising. And we're always looking to develop and maintain that field effort through community affairs and outreach. So our next step is based on the External Affairs Committee input. NOACA will continue implementing these work products identified within the focus areas and with other recommendations. And we are seeking External Affairs Committee approval on the focus areas today.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Do I have a second? I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation, discussion items. Public affairs update. Go right back at you, Danielle.
Okay. So I have the opportunity to talk to you about some quarterly updates from public affairs. There's no action being requested. This is just for discussion purposes only. And just to let you know that public affairs aligns a lot of the work that we have as part of the strategic priorities that were discussed earlier, and always looking at the initiatives on helping us with visibility, engagement, and awareness of the work that we do, and ensuring that there's always outreach and advocacy efforts. We always want to tell the story. And so the quarterly reports will help you look at some of our external outputs and public interfacing. And the public interfacing deliverables could be from media relations and communications, our marketing and digital mobilization, community affairs with public interaction, and even public policies and public engagement. And that includes public comments. The focus areas in this last quarter were really centered around three areas, and it was brand management, our evergreen messages and promotional campaigns, as well as public engagement with a lot of our major projects and public meetings, our community awareness, advocacy messages, and program announcements. So I'm happy to say that in the second quarter that we did increase our visibility across those digital and print platforms by 6.2%, increasing our key messaging and visual identity standards by 2.1. And with all the work that was happening at NOACA, our media presence increased by 10.3%. And so this resulted in over 900,000 social media and digital platform impressions. And the impressions are where our work lands on these platforms and social media. It's like where we landed in news feeds and the work that we do, how it traveled. And then the reach were those unique users. Those are the ones that actually clicked on for this information, which was over 27,000. And the engagement was over 10,000. And those are the actions, the likes, the shares, as well as comments. And so here are some examples of our brand messaging. And I'm proud to say that we did have a few people, even from public meetings or just commenting that when they see our logo now, they recognize NOACA. So we're not Nike with the swoosh, but I think that we're going to get there. That identifying us in Northeast Ohio and regionally. So that's a very wonderful comments, and it just pushes us further on trying to cohesively get our message out and have that same branding and look and feel that we're being recognized with. And as such, we can't say more about the beautiful mural that we have outside the building that really solidifies and tells the story as well. And so we do have a branding mural dedication video that I'll show you. Some may have seen it, but I'm going to show it to you again. And it really speaks to the vibrancy and the sense of place of NOACA and what we're trying to do. And also, just speaking to our branding, NOACA received honorable mentions in three categories at the 2025 Reagan Communications and PR Daily Conference. There were over 5,000 entries, and there were only 19 government agencies that were part of that. And NOACA were finalists in these three categories of public affairs, government, and brand identity campaign. And we did receive honorable mentions at that conference. So our paid advertisements, this has always been helpful to link our messages to audiences that may not be familiar with NOACA. And in October, we had an agreement with the Cleveland Monsters. And at every home game, they feature an ad and video promotion of NOACA. So if you've been to a Monster game, you know that the attendance average is about 11,000. And so every time they showed that, we went to the website and we were up by 2.3% in views. Whenever it was posted, it was lowest at 123 and the highest at 237 views from those who were attending the game. We also had a social zone area at one of the games where we had over 500 guests stop by. We know it's 500 because we ran out of the promotion materials that we had and we gave them out. But we did check to see from the campaign that we were even promoting that 98 actually downloaded that QRC. And so we were just happy with the engagement and the follow-up with that. So return on marketing investment and strategies, we also use radio ads and evergreen messages just about NOACA, as well as this Lake Erie Challenge. And these appeared part of the drive time on radio from AM and PM. And we also work with a local WKYC to promote the challenge. And this, again, had a great return on marketing investment. We had over 280 impressions, and we had over 68,000 unique clicks. And those are people who actually saw it, clicked it. We couldn't get the action items on everything, so I didn't want to put that in there, but I think still this is a great return for us. And this was the ad. And the last focus areas that we had was the public involvement and outreach. And we always look at this as a measurable impact, increasing our community engagement and participation. We always want that growth and visibility and brand recognition and improving community access and feedback through public involvement. So we're not just posting information saying we're having meetings. We are looking at every opportunity to increase the visibility and in public involvement. There were two that were very well received and collectively over 300 in attendance with engagements. The I-71 Crossroad Regional Transportation Study public meetings as well as the Arizona. Those meetings were in November. And we also had the Brook Park Regional Transportation and Traffic Impacts of the Brown Stadium, meeting. And there were over 200 in attendance. We had over 147 that took the survey and the handouts, and that information is online. And that is what we talk about connected progress. At this meeting, it wasn't just reporting out. We had a panel discussion, we had a formal presentation, but we also had a live polling, and so the audience could participate. And what was great about it and looking at connected progress, that we asked questions in the beginning and at the end with the polling. And we were able to see that some were like, you answer our questions, and I'm feeling a little bit more relaxed before I came in. So that's always good. And so a very successful meeting. So our upcoming quarters 3 and 4, we are currently in quarter 3. You'll see us having our Northeast Ohio Loves Transit campaign that's coming out next month. Our air quality trends report late February, and with lots of messaging in regards to the content in March. We also have and still working with the Cleveland Charge. We have a sustainability night and an activation zone that we're our front center with their attendees in March, and safety billboards in March. And we're introducing a monthly newsletter here at NOACA that you'll see starting next month. And then the final quarter, fourth quarter, we'll have our safety billboards will still be up. And then we'll go and have our Air Quality Go Carbon Free Challenge, Earth Day, and conservation messages. We have Bike Month in May. External Affairs Forums will start. We'll have quarterly forums there. And we are looking to revamp our NOACA Report podcast. So we're excited about that, as well as our monthly newsletters. So we are requesting if there's any input or additional priorities that you would like to see in these next 2 quarters, and any next steps and follow-ups.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to government affairs updates with Bev.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning
Good
to the
morning.
chair and members of the committee. I'm Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs. And I'm going to give you run through a quick update of what our government affairs team has been working on recently, and what we're looking forward to working on in the coming few months. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion. I like to keep these fairly informal. Feel free to ask questions or interrupt if you like. So I'm going to start this morning with talking about making some updates to a document that we call our Federal and State Initiatives for Action document. You would have got this in your packet. It's 2-sided. One side is federal, the other side is state. And it's a companion document to go with our legislative agenda. Each year, the board adopts an updated legislative agenda for the coming year. They do that at the December board meeting, and that just happened at the meeting last month. So, and just to explain the difference again, the legislative agenda is more of a high-level statement of NOACA's advocacy priorities, whereas this Initiatives for Action document is more of taking those priorities and putting them into actionable items. It's really our to-do list when it comes to what we'll be working on in the coming months, in the coming year. And this companion document is also, it doesn't go to the board for approval, so it's a little more flexible. We can make adjustments throughout the year if some issue comes up in Congress or down at the State House and we need to add a new action item. I like to bring those to this committee, but assuming that you all are supportive, that's something that we would, then we could make changes throughout the year. Things do change quickly in Congress and at the State House. So talk about this document. For 2026, we did do a nice refresh on how it how it looks. Our Public Affairs Department did a nice update on how it looks. But in terms of substance, we'll start with let's see. We'll start with the first two items on the federal side. We updated those, and I wanted to bring those to you for your input or approval or recommendations. But the first two items were updated to talk about the big issue that's going to happen in terms of transportation this year in Washington is surface transportation reauthorization. That is the law that typically it's a 5-year law that governs how transportation programs are administered at the federal level. And the current law that we're operating under, the IIJA, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, is about to expire at the end of September. So we'll talk more about that later, but Congress is already holding hearings and looking to reauthorize that law for hopefully another 5 years. So this is a really good time to make our voices heard in terms of what we want to see in a new surface transportation law. So that being said, we did update our legislative agenda that the board adopted in December to reflect some of these priorities. And so the first two items now on the federal side of your initiatives document reflects those priorities. Really what we're looking for in a sentence is more local control. We ask Congress to think about giving more control to local elected officials about how transportation decisions are made and how those dollars are spent, as opposed to, letting, having more decisions made in Washington by bureaucrats in the agencies or even at the state. We believe that local elected officials working through their MPO, such as here at NOACA, are best suited to make decisions about what our region needs for its transportation network. So these first two items really hit. The first one talks about those priorities related to local control, increase MPO planning funds, reduce the local match for some of the federal transportation programs in low-income communities, streamline environmental reviews without compromising environmental protection, maybe reduce the number of discretionary grant programs that were in the IIJA, which were a bit overwhelming, and allow MPOs to take those dollars and fund projects already vetted in our long-range plan. So that's what that first point is about. The second point is also important. Support efforts to stabilize and grow the Highway Trust Fund. Encourage the search for new revenue sources. We talk about this all the time, so I sound like a broken record, but the Highway Trust Fund no longer keeps up with the demand for transportation funding. It's funded by our gas tax dollars, which have declined relative to the need, partly due to the inflation. The cost of projects has gone up, and partly due to our cars becoming more fuel efficient and more people driving electric vehicles. The Highway Trust Fund no longer pays for all of our transportation programs as it was intended, and now there's always additional funding that comes out of the general fund to pay for those programs. So we urge lawmakers to stabilize and grow the Highway Trust Fund, to provide that long-term predictable funding for our nation's transportation system, and maintain that system of user pays, where people who drive on the roadways pay for the roadways, and also to ensure that any new funding mechanisms will continue to support public transit as they do now. So the other initiatives largely remain the same. We didn't change. A lot of these are still relevant. Encourage federal support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub on the national passenger rail network. Support federal actions that promote economic development and environmental stewardship in the Great Lakes mega region. Pursue initiatives and funding to implement NOACA's comprehensive economic development strategy, and urge continued support for the U.S. DOT's NET Council. That's the Non-Traditional and Emerging Transportation Technologies. It's a small division at U.S. DOT, but we think it's important that they continue their work. They explore the next gen future technologies, things like Hyperloop, that may someday, move us more efficiently and more carbon neutral. One idea, one thing I wanted to bring up before this committee is the possibility of adding, it's not on the draft that you got, but, we can make updates, adding an action item to address the issue of transit-oriented development, which is often, referred to as TOD. I wanted to seek your input about potentially adding an initiative that would support TOD. Some bills have recently been introduced in Congress, bipartisan legislation in both the House and the Senate, to promote TOD using existing federal credit tools like TIFIA and RRIF. This would make it easier for communities to access these financing programs to develop housing and mixed-use projects near transit. And that's really in alignment with, and it would have to be in alignment with MPO transportation planning. And the reason I say we might want to consider adding this is it does align with our priorities in our legislative agenda related to promoting transit and promoting economic development. And these bills have already been endorsed by NARC, the National Association of Regional Councils, the National League of Cities, the American Planning Association, and the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations. So it's something that we might want to think about adding to our to-do list, is to really support legislation like this. People think it will help bring affordable housing to our communities, but align that with transit priorities. So if you have any thoughts on that, feel free to speak up, but if I don't hear objection, maybe we'll.
Any thoughts?
Sure,
Yep.
I'll jump in. I think it's a really good idea. Cuyahoga County really has a focus working with RTA and others on transit-oriented development. We've developed a new loan program specific to that. I think it makes a lot of sense that NOACA would also have something that's, elevating it a little bit higher.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else?
I would second that as well from the city of Cleveland's perspective. We know that these programs, TIFIA and RIF, are undersubscribed. That's what DOT has constantly communicated to us through engagement. So any way we can make better use of these funds and make them more available to our communities is a good thing.
Another, so how would this, let me see. So we're going to move towards housing as another part of NOACA. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is NOACA still going to be a transportation MPO?
Yeah, so transit-oriented development speaks to not only housing, but mixed-use development around transit, and it is focused on transit and transportation. So we would be working in the Metropolitan Planning Organization function of NOACA. But curiously enough, NOACA has been in the housing business in the past, as we were funded in large part in the 70s and 80s by HUD, and we did do some work there. But I think it's really important that this is about transportation primarily, and the activities around there being able to generate the use of the transit system. NOACA actually did a study about 5 years ago. The board commissioned a study. It was a $250,000 study on transit-oriented development in the region. And in large part, actually, it was the basis for Cuyahoga County Planning Commission's work on the transit-oriented development program that Debbie is just talking about. So I think this fits in with the direction that we have been moving towards on TOD.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I just want to also add to that, I think the way in which we've investigated these credit sources too is they also help transit agencies when they're rebuilding or reinvesting in either rebuilding existing stations or building new stations, that it's additional capital that lets them also consider other uses in addition to just the transit infrastructure at that location, whether it's housing or commercial use or other space. So, but what's challenging is that these credit programs require, they require either independent agency ratings, that there are many, many hoops to jump through to get access to these resources, which is why the federal government has large balances that are untapped. They're undersubscribed by agencies because they're so hard. There's so many steps you have to go through to get to. So I don't know the details of this, but if the legislation is intended to make it easier to reduce that burden, that's more capital for our communities, specifically for transit.
Yeah, thank you for saying, it really is, I think, designed to cut some of that red tape so that these funds can be used more easily by communities. I can send, if any of you are interested, we could send out later an analysis of the bill or a copy of the bill. But it's getting strong bipartisan support.
That'd be great. India?
Good morning. I think this is really helpful overall, right? A lot of the points that were made by the city and by the county to be able to talk about the kind of partnership that goes into this. I do have a question, and it may be premature, but what is NOACA's thoughts on advocacy? I always have to stop myself to not say lobby. Advocacy for this kind of program, and what would that look like, or what might that look like, so that NOACA also has a strength in going out, whether it's to DC or Columbus, because I know we've talked about advocacy at this committee before. And Grace, this might be an opportunity to think about external advocacy, particularly because a lot of the agencies that were mentioned that are looking at TOD, RTA is one of them. Matter of fact, our advocacy team is meeting right now of talking about things like federal initiatives, right? And sometimes it's helpful to be able to have those external parties open those doors when we go and have educational sessions, as I like to call them, with some of the newer senators or legislators or House reps. It's really helpful to be able to have joint presentations. And I have asked some of them specifically, would this be helpful? Is this an approach that would be valued in this new administration? And the answer is yes, we don't see it enough, if at all. And so that could be something that Ohio could think about doing, where if NOACA and RTA and the county wanted, or the city, that kind of thing, sewer, whoever it is, wanted to go in tandem and organize, hey, we're at this meeting, it would be great to be able to meet in front of Senator so-and-so. That might be an approach that I have not seen in my 6 years in the seat, and it might be really impactful. So just wanted to mention that piece.
Any follow-up to that? Grace?
The type of advocacy that we've been doing at the federal level revolves around working with our national organizations, AMPO, NARC, APTA, ASHTO, to align our priorities with similarly situated organizations that have those objectives. So we have been working with them. That's one way that we do advocacy. Another one is really focusing on the legislators and either bringing them here to NOACA, like we will do in March for our, what do we call that day?
Our meet and greet
Our
with
meet and greet,
state
yes,
legislators.
with the
Yes.
state legislators. And then we do go to Washington at least once a year to meet directly with our delegation and provide them with the documents that we are discussing. So we give them the legislative agenda, we talk about these priorities, we talk about existing and potential legislation that's helpful, the funding. So those are the two-prong approach we take to advocacy. And I think TOD does fit in very well with that. But I like the idea that you've just put out there, that is to really bring together multiple parties that have the same interest and either going together to Washington or to Columbus. I do like that.
Appreciate that. Just really quickly. I like that you're open to that idea, because honestly, I think it could put NOACA at a posture of strength to be able to really be seen as what I feel NOACA really is at its core, is a convener, right, of all of the different voices. And so it's great, and we face the same thing at RTA. If we go with other agencies, which we often do, Toledo, Cincinnati, Akron, all the other 10 to 15 different partners we've got in the state, it's heard, but it's only heard still within a silo because we generally all have the same message and it really just depends on size. But with NOACA having so many different kind of diversity of membership, and that's, the urban, the rural, all of that kind of stuff, it really could, I think, elevate the branding of NOACA, quite frankly, and how effective that MPO could be. And like I've mentioned, legislators have literally told me they have not seen that very often, and they would appreciate it because I think their time is precious, and it gives the impression that we want to kind of get in, get out.
No, I appreciate that. I think that is something that, as you noted, not only helps us to achieve the goals of the legislative agenda, but helps to define us as that convener. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I would agree sort of in terms of strength in numbers. And I will say that we coordinate closely with, with your team, and Jose and I have a constant back and forth. So, but I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Going to so that's it for the updates on the federal side. So I'll add something on TOD and bring that back to you at your next meeting.
Can I take us back? I'm sorry. I was just waiting for the right moment, but the first point that you made about a change, making the MPOs the direct recipients of the core planning program dollars, is that taking it away then from ODOT receiving that funding, or?
Well, so right now, a lot of that is suballocated through ODOT. And AMPO and NARC and our national organizations have long advocated for having that funding come more directly to the MPOs. Grace, did you want to?
Yeah, an example would be our CMAC program.
Hmm?
So CMAC program is sent to the states based on the population in the non-attainment areas in the state. So there's a certain amount of dollars that are provided for the 8 largest MPOs. We work together with the state, and not that this is necessarily a bad approach that the state takes. I think it's a very good approach that we are all working together to sort of ensure that we're meeting the goals of the state. But if we had our own funding that came directly to us, we would be able to determine for ourselves which projects are the best or meeting the requirements for Northeast Ohio. So I think you could sort of improve the selection criteria if you are getting the funding directly. You just have more control over it.
So is NOACA, though, the best position to manage those projects? Because ODOT has some agreements with FHWA to be able to move the environmental process along further. It's a lot more responsibility.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay.
So what we're talking about is simply the programming, the planning of those funds. So getting them into the plan and the tip. The process by which they would be expended, all of the things you're thinking of relative to a construction process
Yeah.
does not go to the MPOs.
Okay, that's
That
what I
still
want.
stays with the state.
Got it. That's really, really helpful.
Yeah, we're
Thank
just
you.
talking about the funding programs.
Got it. Then I just have one other question, and sorry to, again, be going backwards, but Hyperloop, I think I asked this question last year. Where's it at, and is it really one of our top priorities? I just,
Mhm.
if it makes sense, I'm behind it, but I just feel like
Yeah,
we're
so,
not hearing anything.
you know, let's start with NOACA in, I think it was 2018 or so, 2017, in the first Trump administration, worked very closely with the administration and with a private company. So it was a public-private partnership to develop a feasibility study for a potential Hyperloop in the United States. Our Hyperloop proposal was very well received by the administration. We met directly with the White House to make the presentation, and it was determined that connecting Chicago to Cleveland to DC and to New York were very much of interest to the private sector and to the administration. When the first Trump administration was moving forward, they created I'll call it a department for lack of a better word, within USDOT that deals with specifically advanced and innovative technology. This was a part of that. We met regularly with the USDOT on this. I think participating in that project at that time was the right thing. We had a lot of exposure, a lot of positive press, and a lot of connection to USDOT. That would take us to then, in the Biden administration, there was not, they did not remove that unit. It's still in place. Hyperloop is still in legislation. It's in the IIJA. So that all took place. Now we're sort of waiting for what the second Trump administration will do. So NOACA at this point isn't pushing it. We are sort of following the private sector and the USDOT folks that if and when they are ready to move forward, again, we want to be that organization and that Hyperloop that moves forward. So that's really our interest at this point. The feasibility study was very well received because it demonstrated that the Hyperloop private business would essentially build it, operate, maintain it, and could generate a profit. And that's something that has not ever happened with high-speed rail. Where it didn't have to be subsidized. So that's the interest. The technology continues to evolve, things continue to change, but it is in the hands of both the private sector and USDOT.
Thank you. That was a great memory. I appreciate that.
And if I could just add, whether it's Hyperloop or some other new transportation technology, we think it's important for USDOT to continue to look at those technologies and think about developing the regulatory framework that would be needed for when the private sector or the government's ready to move those forward. There's safety issues, there's all kinds of issues that need to be addressed. And so we want them to continue to look forward, look to the future.
Thank you.
Debbie, it's really not that hard to remember when you're called by the White House to make a presentation on a really cool project. Yeah.
So if there's no other questions on the federal side, we'll move forward to the state side. We're just making really two changes on this side from what we had last year. We're taking one thing off and we're putting a new thing on there. We're removing the action item that regarding interstate interchanges. We had an action item to at the state level to try to overturn some previous law that was enacted that would have required an interchange to be placed at a certain location along I-71, which violated the federal process for how interchanges on the federal highway system are supposed to be determined and approved. And it also bypassed MPO authority that is supposed to be part of that process. So anyway, this issue is now moot because the state legislature did overturn that legislation. We were part of that effort, and we're happy to say that right now, that's not an issue. So we can take that one off, and there's room on the page to add a new one. So we're talking about adding an action item, just generally supporting the role of MPOs. And that says to support the federally established role of metropolitan planning organizations to ensure regional collaboration and cooperation among local governments. And sometimes we just feel like that needs to be emphasized. Oppose legislation to undermine MPOs like NOACA. Continue to empower local elected officials working through their respective MPO boards to conduct regional transportation and environmental planning and make decisions that directly impact their communities while reaching national goals through a, quote, continuing cooperative and comprehensive 3C process. And that comes from the law that created MPOs. And this, this is the reason, one of the reasons we're adding this is in part due to some legislation that's been proposed that we feel might undermine MPOs. And I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. So we're taking off the interstate interchanges. We're adding support for the, sanctity of MPOs. And then the other things on the state side are carried over and remain the same from 2025. The other items are to oppose any suspension of the 2019 gas tax increase that Governor DeWine put forth. We feel it's important to maintain state funding for our transportation programs. And a portion of those dollars come back to our local communities and our counties. Advocate for increased predictable transit funding. It's a battle we have every year at the legislature when it's budget time. Encourage state support for passenger rail improvements. That's an ongoing issue, and we continue to urge the Ohio Rail Development Commission to support new rail corridors in our state, for which they've received some federal funding to get started. Next is support efforts to improve air, water, and soil quality. We consistently advocate with our legislators in Columbus for bills that will protect the environment, protect Lake Erie, support proposals to increase transportation safety. So I'll talk a little more about some of that in a minute, but that's been an important priority here at NOACA. And finally, advocate for an equitable return of state transportation dollars and encourage comprehensive maintenance of national highway system routes. That last one, it's actually two items, but I combined them here, has to do with ensuring that our region is getting back an equitable share of the dollars that we send to Columbus through our gas taxes. We would like to see some changes to some of the formulas, and so that's what those are about. So those are the changes and the carryovers to our document. So just wanted to run all those through you. We depend on this committee to basically approve or provide input on those initiatives, since it doesn't go to the board for formal approval.
Any discussion on the proposed changes? Go ahead, Bonnie.
If you go to the previous slide.
Mhm.
Generally speaking, support, all the recommendations that you have. However, some of this language, I think I'd like to wordsmith it a little bit, rather than, being negative where we're opposing legislation. Maybe we could just take out that first sentence and state advocate to empower local officials. That I think it's more user-friendly if we stay on the positive rather than putting some negative language in there. So I'd just like to strike that first sentence and just say continued to advocate to empower local elected officials.
If I may comment on that, I think the reason that's in there is because there is existing legislation that is looking to undermine MPOs. So that is HB 445, I think.
Yes.
And so if we take that out, we really still need to think about some additional language that would allow us to speak to that bill that is out there that will be discussed this spring or even this winter.
Follow, Bonnie.
Yeah, and I guess I don't know why we need to have that in here to do that. Again, I don't want to poke the bear, so I'd rather keep everything positive and, not have negative language in here. So, if we stay on the positive side, what we're trying to do, we're trying to advocate for MPOs, NOACA specifically. That's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to cut anybody out. We're just trying to advocate for ourselves. So I'd rather keep the language positive, and continue to do the advocacy that we need to do for ourselves. Love the idea that, we're not a donor
region. That's whether that's that's on the federal side too. Honestly, that, state of Ohio puts in more money than, what they receive back. So, that's all true, that we need to stay positive on the positive things that we're doing at NOACA. And just really take out any negative language that's in there.
Bev, if there wasn't House Bill 445 out there,
Mhm.
would you have even put this on here?
No, honestly, that is what initiated this. I do understand what you're saying, Bonnie, and generally we do try to be more
Positive.
positive.
yeah, and work
There may be a
apart.
way that we could wordsmith this. I hear what you're saying.
We could take out the first sentence and then I
Yeah.
don't know if there's something else that we could add to it that still sends the message a little bit stronger that this is about it's about a specific thing.
Grace, could we, if we go with what Bonnie's saying on the overall state initiatives, staying on the positive as a recovering state legislature, I totally understand where she's coming from. But then is there a separate way where we can then zero in and oppose that House bill? I mean, if we come down with any, I don't know, maybe give an update to everybody here on the committee, on the legislative status of that. If they had beyond sponsor testimony, have they asked for, interested party, opposition testimony, and maybe just focus on that. So then we're overall, our arches are positive, but then drill down specifically to that legislation.
Yeah, that's a good idea. At this point, they had sponsor testimony late in the fall and nothing else. They didn't acknowledge that they had many other things they needed to accomplish before the end of the year and that this would come up in 2026. So we fully expect, and we are working with our Ohio Association of Regional Councils to participate in opposition testimony. So maybe something to the effect of, participate in legislative advocacy or testimony on behalf of MPOs and OARC or something like that, where it's, doesn't say negative something, but it does address that there's that issue out there.
Do you have a follow-up, Bonnie?
No, and sorry about me forgetting that you were down in Columbus, but
Work together.
I would take advice from the mayor, the chair, as far as the appropriate wording with his experience down in Columbus. I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
for that.
Did I see other? Matt, and then I'll go to India.
I was just gonna add that the bullet we have here at the top feels like it does what Bonnie's saying, but in a positive way, that we're supporting the federally established role of the MPO. It feels to me like we can say that, and supporting it means also opposing legislation that would undermine the organization. That's my perspective.
India?
Yeah, it was very similar to what Matt just said. I was gonna ask, is there any conflicting language that to the opposition that we actually do support, or is the only thing out there the one item that we don't like, if that doesn't make sense?
So the legislation has 4 components to it. There, 3 out of the 4 are damaging to MPOs. 1 out of the 4 is damaging just to me, since it was targeted at me. So that one is irrelevant. We don't need to focus on that one. But the other 3, yeah, we need to take action on that. I think it is a good suggestion to sort of think about how best to word that for the legislature. So I don't know if we want to continue to try and do something now or just work with you as the chair later. Okay.
If there's no objection, we'll work with the chair. Feel free to put inputs to Bonnie and I, or excuse me, to Grace and I, and then we'll bring it back.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement. I'm fine with you guys working on it, but I think that the way all of these are written, they are more broad. So, who knows what could develop throughout the year that could also be addressing this. So I don't think we want to get too specific about one bill. I think this gives you the latitude in a broad way as, you know, everyone's suggesting, to be able to do what you need to do.
Yep, no, that's good. I think Bev was just reacting to, we took away one that was very specific to interchanges because that also was something that was an affront to NOACA's work. So I think she was just trying to take one out that we were advocating for and put one in, but we understand the direction we're given.
Well, both items of the State House undermined the MPO, correct? Where they
Correct.
went around, so
Yep.
understand. Questions?
And I also want to state that, Bev, if you can go back to your slides, where you had, let's see, this one, and then go to the other one for the state, where you talked about, nope, go back.
That's all I had on the
That's it.
state. This is the federal.
I thought you had the one where it talks about the balance of funds. Where it's talking about.
Yeah, the
getting
ones
your
that we're
fair share,
carrying over, I'm sorry, yes.
right? So that's, yeah, so advocating for the equitable return of state transportation dollars is already there as a separate item. So I think we could probably think about the one about, go back to the next slide. Yeah, this one. We can do something more positive with this one.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate the input, and I see your point. I think we can fix that. So, and that's what this is for. I'm glad we're having this discussion. So, thank you.
Is everybody glad they woke up early to come downtown?
So we can wordsmith here together. I do want to just say something, you know, we talk about these, you know, how we word these things, and when we, you know, we develop these papers, these position papers, or, you know, initiatives for action documents. And we sometimes maybe ask, why do we go through these exercises, and why does it matter? And why does setting priorities matter? I just want to say, talking about the safety. So safety's been a longstanding initiative, and you know, we strongly supported Governor DeWine's legislation that was enacted in 2023 to reduce distracted driving, makes it now a primary offense to drive holding a mobile device, with some exceptions that are reasonable. And just this week, reports came out. State Highway Patrol is reporting 10% year-over-year decline in fatal and serious crashes from distracted driving. Overall traffic deaths fell 3%. That may not seem like a lot, but those are real lives that have been saved. And I feel like our little bit of advocacy, it's just, you know, one part of a bigger picture. But, you know, all this matters, what we say, what we put our, you know, what priorities we set and put to paper does matter. So sometimes it's good to see some results. More progress is needed, but we do know that legislation backed by sound priorities can make a difference. So this map does show that our region is not doing as well as some regions. So we have more work to do here in terms of getting out the word about distracted driving. And I know we've done a good job of telling that story here from NOACA, but so I'm not saying that, you know, our work is done on this, but I do think that putting priorities to paper and making these statements can make a difference. So I'm gonna now, if we're done with our initiatives for action document, just go into some general updates on the federal side and the state side. So federal side, as you all probably been hearing in the news, US DOT appropriations bill is pending. You know, the federal government has been operating on what's called a continuing resolution since last September. It was due to, it expires tonight due to a lack of agreement on funding bills that should have been finalized by the end of September, and we're not. So we're on a continuing resolution that continues to fund our agencies at last year's funding levels. Congress is nearing a deal to pass a package of funding bills that would include the Transportation HUD bill, the T-HUD bill, as soon as possibly next week. The sand keeps shifting under our feet, and every time I check the news, there's a new twist. But anyway, we're hoping that these appropriations bills, this package of bills, they call a minibus package of funding bills that includes transportation funding, hoping that passes early next week. They're removing the Department of Homeland Security funding portion of the bill because that was causing a holdup. The T-HUD bill that's under consideration largely protects the core highway and transit formula programs, but does cut some unobligated IIJA discretionary funding, redirecting those balances towards safety, freight, bridge, and capital delivery projects. So that's the big overview of what's in the T-HUD bill. Some highlights. It provides 63 billion from the Highway Trust Fund for highways, with almost another billion from the general fund for Federal Highway Administration. Preserves current formulas and funding for programs that come to MPOs, planning dollars, SDBG, CMAC, CRP, programs that are important to MPOs. In terms of transit, it provides a total of 21.1 billion for public transit when combined with the IIJA advanced funding. So it's a small increase, although it's less than the IIJA authorized amount, but APTA is strongly supporting the bill, last I heard. So I think we're good on that. Amtrak Rail. The Rail Passengers Association is looking at it, some wins, some losses. Amtrak funding is slightly reduced from 25. Fed State Partnership Grant Program was reduced. One provision that we like is that it prohibits suspending or reducing service on long-distance routes. And it does cut some funding for high-speed rail grants and the Chrissy Grant Program. So it's kind of a mixed bag on passenger rail. On the discretionary grant side, it does rescind some unobligated balances for several IIJA grant programs. That funding would be rescinded on September 30th, and it redirects that funding to projects that are already obligated. So basically, this administration is saying, until we have a new surface transportation law, we're going to cut back on the NOFOs. We're not going to announce as many funding opportunities. We're going to take some of this money that's kind of that's not been spent and put it toward projects that are moving forward. It does reduce the set aside for planning projects in the Safe Streets for All program from 40% to 30% to give more funds to the implementation side. I think the administration is looking out there and saying there's been a lot of planning, but not a lot of building. So I think they're trying to shift some of the money from the planning to get stuff built. It rescinds funds for a couple grant programs. One is the NEVI program, which was funding to states to build out electric vehicle infrastructure on the interstates. It does rescind some funding for that program. And there's also some court cases going on with that. So that one's kind of bottled up. And then it does rescind funding for SMART grants. We're happy to say that it looks like our charging and fueling infrastructure grant dollars, which NOACA received a $15 million grant to build out EV infrastructure in the communities in our region, that money appears to not be impacted. So we think we're safe on that. Also, the bill does contain earmarks. As you all know, several years ago, Congress returned to the practice of providing earmarks, and they call them CPFs and CDSs now, but basically they're earmarks where members of Congress can write language into the legislation, funding specific projects in their districts. And so for this bill, there are a number of projects that were funded. Now on the transportation side, here's some of the projects that were funded. And NOACA supported all of these with letters of support and advocacy. We're really happy to see a couple of these move forward. The funding for Dream 66, the East 66th Street Complete Streets project. We worked, for years to get that funded, along with Greater Cleveland Partnership and Cleveland Foundation and local community advocates. So that one is very exciting to see them get some additional money. Irishtown Bend stabilization, that's something that NOACA has put a lot of funding and effort into. So light rail track reconstruction for GCRTA. So these are all good projects, and we're happy to see the funding. These are some other earmarks that were put in the bill. Now, these are on the HUD side of the bill, so they're not really transportation per se. So we were not asked and did not need to provide any support for these. But just threw this in here so you could see that there's some other earmarks that some of our communities will be excited to get the funding for. And then I just also wanted to show there were a number of projects that we did support, but unfortunately did not get funded. But these are some of the other ones that we put forth letters of support. So I don't know if these projects ended up receiving adequate funding through other sources. If not, they can reapply for next year's bill. I believe members of Congress from Northeast Ohio are starting to accept applications for earmarks for the FY27 approps. So if you have projects in mind, this is the time to reach out to your member of Congress. If you want any assistance with that, we can give you contacts and leads on that. So reach out to me. So again, I wanted to just review on surface transportation reauthorization. That's the big issue at the federal level this year regarding transportation. It's important to get this right. The IIJA again expires at the end of September. Congressional hearings have already been held on reauthorizing the nation's surface transportation law. We have outlined our priorities numerous times to our Northeast Ohio delegation, to the relevant committees in Congress, and to USDOT. We're planning our Capitol Hill visits this spring to talk to our members of Congress. Grace and I and my colleague Andrew will be going into Washington, and we'll sit down with our members of Congress, talk about what's important to NOACA and our region, and share our legislative agenda with them. Wanted to let you know that we're holding, speaking of reauthorization, NOACA is holding its annual NOACA Transportation Day coming up on March 26th at Tri-C, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., half day. And we're inviting all our board members and alternates and all mayors actually from the region and township trustees and county commissioners. So basically all local elected officials are invited to come sit down for half a day and have some coffee and something to eat, and we'll talk about reauthorization of the federal surface transportation law, what it means to our communities, and how you can advocate for a new law that will support our region. And we'll bring in some speakers to be announced that will come in from national speakers to talk about reauthorization. So put that on your calendar. And we hope to see all of you there. In terms of grant opportunities right now through the federal government, there's not a whole lot out there. They've been really cutting back on announcing grant funding opportunities. The BUILD program is currently open. Those applications are due February 24th. NOACA is already committed to supporting projects on the planning and the implementation side that were outlined in our regional strategy that we use to coordinate which project is the regional priority for each round of funding. So there is a Federal Railroad Administration, federal state partnership, intercity passenger rail program is open, and there's a maritime port infrastructure program open, and Ohio EPA, actually this one is not federal, H2O Rivers Initiative Chloride Reduction Program. So you can find all those by going to our webpage. And this is my quarterly, I bring this slide up every time, but I want to always direct people to our funding resources webpage that's on the NOACA website. And we update this every week. We make updates. There's a section that says currently available funding opportunities. And once something is no longer available, we take it off. And when something new comes up, federal, state, or even sometimes we see funding opportunities that are through foundations or private organizations. If it's relevant to what we do here at NOACA, we put it on that page. So it's good to check it every week and see what's open. Going to the state level, hasn't been a whole lot of activity at the state legislature. They had a long break over the holidays, and then they were supposed to go back this week, but then the weather, they got snowed in Columbus, and they canceled hearings and such. But I do want to talk about a couple things. Speed limit initiative. NOACA has been working alongside Ohioans for Safe Streets, which is headed up by Angie Schmidt, who's here today on our committee. And she, and this organization continues to seek reforms to provide greater local control and context-based flexibility for speed limits in local communities. And this is in response to concerns that some mayors have had that it's difficult and expensive and time-consuming to try to lower the speed limit on a segment of roadway that they feel needs to be lowered. Angie and some others went to Columbus on Tuesday and met with ODOT, and it sounds like it was a productive meeting. Discussions continue among Ohio legislature members, ODOT, local elected officials, and other interested parties. So we'll keep you in the loop on where those discussions lead. So, but it sounds like that's moving forward. Passenger rail advocacy, that's one of our biggest priorities with our government affairs team here at NOACA. My colleague Andrew Bean is sort of heading this up for us. And if you haven't already been contacted by him to meet with us and talk about, we're trying to put together a big coalition. If you haven't already heard from us, you will. But we're trying to put together a coalition of local government business groups. We've met with the FRA, Amtrak, talking to ODOT, and we're even talking to neighboring states. Pennsylvania and New York are interested in perhaps extending some of their state-supported rail service to Ohio. So we're talking to them, we're talking to advocacy groups and other interested stakeholders. So that's ongoing. We may look toward submitting some applications through the federal corridor ID program that might open up this fall. So that's the end goal here. But we need to put together a strong coalition and really need all sectors involved in supporting this. Another thing to put on your calendar, the 2026 legislative meet and greet that was mentioned earlier here. We do this every year before our March board meeting. So that happens on March 13th. And so we come in an hour early from 8 to 9. We invite our state house delegation to come in and meet with us. Coffee, bagels, and Danish. And it's just a chance for the state legislature to mix and mingle with members of our board and our alternates. So you're all invited to that. We'll be discussing, next year will be a budget year down at the State House, so there will be another biennial transportation budget. So we'll talk about that and other transportation environmental issues that are important. This is the slide I forwarded to a minute ago when we were talking about this MPO legislation, House Bill 4. I think it's 445. I think I have that wrong on the slide. Introduced in the Ohio legislature, and these are, it prevents any single county from holding a voting majority on an MPO board. Allows the governor to redesignate a county's MPO affiliation if 25% of the workforce commutes to a contiguous MPO, clarifies that MPOs may not issue policies that conflict with state or federal law, and which is already the case, and prohibits a chief executive of an MPO from being simultaneously employed outside Ohio. So that's what the bill does. We're continuing to, as Grace said, coordinate with other MPOs from around the state through OARC, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils. And we will be prepared if there are hearings that invite testimony. We will be prepared to testify in Columbus on that. So that's all I have today. That was a lot. So, any questions or discussion?
We were just talking about if the House Bill 445 starts moving along and bringing hearings up, that maybe we should consider a board resolution addressing it in Columbus. And so at this point, we'll do nothing, but that's something that this committee may not meet again before that happens. So we will communicate with you via email and then communicate with the chair about asking the executive committee or, for placement, the chair for placement on the board agenda.
Yeah, just to follow up with Grace, my thought is if it's just sitting in committee like it has been, let's just kind of wait. But if it starts getting legs and the committee starts having a second hearing on it, that's maybe when we start movement. And I open up to questions, discussion.
And I would also suggest, Bev, that I don't think I've heard that from our colleagues at ORC, that we might want to suggest that for all of the MPOs.
I can bring that up at our policy committee meeting. That's a great idea.
Yep.
All right, hearing none. Thank you. Keep moving.
That's it.
That's it? All right. Thank you, Bev.
Thank you.
Are there any reports, updates? Seeing none, any old business? Seeing none, any new business? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Got motion from Tom, second, a second from Matt. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, the meeting is adjourned. Your next meeting of the committee is Friday, April 10th at 8:30 with better weather. Thank you.
Yeah. Good move.
You're good.
Yeah.
Just keep me posted on what you guys
Yeah.
grab.
exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on the top of them. I would like to welcome the following new board members to the Policy Committee. Andy Hop, is it Hopt, Andy? He's not here, all right. Marty Gallagher, Commissioner, not here. Matt Hiscock. Matt here? Not here either. Well, welcome anyways, guys. Minutes of the October 10th meeting. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? You got a second? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. We have the subcommittee update, Economic Development Subcommittee. Chair Joe.
Joe
Joe.
did have a conflict. He's in Columbus and will not join us today, but he looks forward to the work of the Economic Development Subcommittee.
All right, the meeting summary can be found in your packets. Public comments on agenda. Has anyone signed up to speak today? No one? Being no one, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
There is not.
No, God, this is good. Focus areas, CY 2026 Policy Committee focus areas. Ronnie Blackshear.
Good morning, committee members. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear. I will be presenting the calendar year 2026 policy committee focus areas. The action requested is the approval of the calendar year 2026 policy committee focus areas. Previous action was the approval of the 2025 committee focus areas. The purpose of the policy committee is to provide technical advice and recommendations in the areas of comprehensive agency policy and long-range planning to the board of directors. The goals are to ensure policies support the NOACA vision statement, ensure policies advance the goals of the agency relative to air, water, and transportation, ensure policies enhance the strategies employed by NOACA. The 2025 focus areas are as follows: the Regional Climate Action Planning, Climate Pollution Reduction, which status was ongoing, Transportation Safety Program Policy, it was new at the time, SEDS Policy Outcomes and Performance Measures, new and outgoing, Brownfields Remediation, ongoing, and ENEO 2050 Plus policy areas was new. Going back to the 2025, to kind of inform you of the focus areas activities that was implemented was under the Regional Climate Action Planning, Climate Pollution Reduction. NOACA and the City of Cleveland developed greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for the region. The NOACA Board of Directors adopted Resolution 2025-047, adopting the Cleveland Elyria MSA Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. The City of Cleveland and NOACA finalized the CCAP, or Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, and implementation playbook to help communities act on the CCAP measures, created a technical appendix and submitted them to the US EPA. As far as the transportation safety policy, which is now the Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, or TESI. In 2025, NOACA introduced its Transportation Safety Program, Policy and Fund in response to clearly articulated concerns from our members and public outcry. And over the year, it transformed into the Transportation for Safety Communities Initiative, or TESI. During this process, the Policy Committee and NOACA staff agreed that in parallel to the popular TLCI program, it would contain separate planning and implementation components. The planning component will focus on creating plans meeting ODOT specifications to allow communities to apply for Highway Safety Improvement Program funds. The implementation component will focus not only on construction, but critically on design and engineering, which representatives have identified as a prominent barrier to their ability to build safety countermeasures. In 2026, NOAC is pursuing pilot projects of both planning and implementation to gather information and real-world examples to better inform the final policy before bringing it to the Board of Approval. And under the SETS policy outcomes and performance measures in 2025, staff continued refinement of the baseline performance measures. NOACA will partner with CSU to provide data to inform stakeholders, guide local policy, strengthen the understanding of economic conditions, and guide strategic decision-making across SETS priority areas. In December, American Structure Point, a consultant to NOACA, presented the Arizona Transportation and Economic Development Initiative, or TEDI, which aims to stimulate the regional economic growth through aerospace, advanced manufacturing, and logistics. And as you know, the DEI EJ policy updates in September, the board passed resolution 2025 to eliminate DEI initiatives while retaining federal civil rights protections and dissolve the equity subcommittee. Staff amended policies containing diversity, equity, and inclusion, equal opportunity, EE, environmental justice language, replacing that with areas of persistent poverty, underserved areas, or just removing them from documents. The potential 2026 focus areas are the Transportation for Safety, for Safer Communities Initiative, TESI, that was formerly the Transportation Safety Program Policy. The SETS policy outcomes and performance measures will be ongoing. We NEO 2050 plus policy areas is new. Agency policy review and updates, also new, and any others that the policy committee would like to include in the 26 focus areas. The next steps, meeting agendas and materials will be created to accomplish the identified focus areas. And the action is to approve the calendar year 2026 policy committee focus areas, and I'll stand for any questions.
All right, good job, Ronnie. Any questions? Can I have yes.
The NEO 2050, there was no description of that one. Or is that, I know we had a presentation, it was probably 3, 4, 5 months ago. Is the goal for that one to kind of determine future hotspots, future congestion, and that type of stuff, like actionable projects that could potentially come out of that?
Yes.
Matt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to suggest, in addition to what's listed for 2026, that we include regional climate action planning and carry that forward to continue engagement in the NOACA region around the implementation playbook that was mentioned. So just throwing that out there as a suggestion and discussion if people wish.
Anybody else? Grace?
With the Regional Climate Action Plan, the funding that we have left, it's $300,000, is for each of the counties outside of Cuyahoga County to be doing exactly what you're saying. So that would work well. But NOACA itself does not have any further funding, so we could not have NOACA staff really go forth and do those kinds of activities. And I believe there's also funding for the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County remaining for activities.
Answer your question, Matt.
Yeah, I think what I meant to highlight was, can we still include it as a 2026 focus area as ongoing work?
And I'm saying yes, with the caveat that we don't have new funding, and the funding that we have remaining is for the 4 counties out. Yeah, so yes, we can, but there isn't anything new NOACA staff will be doing.
And only, this is John back here, and only if that wording includes that is only for that funding that you have available.
Yeah, a suggestion here was to put language in there that um, continues the climate action plan efforts until the closeout of the grant. Something to that effect, but yes, we will both put it in and be clear about the intent.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Just a quick clarification on the agency policy review and updates, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the presentation. Is that sort of following on some of the agency policy adjustments that we made in the last half of last year? Or could you say again exactly what that is?
I'm sorry, could you?
Yes, the last potential 2026 focus area in the table is agency policy review and updates. And I was just asking if you could reiterate what that focus specifically means.
So what that is intending to reference, and if you would like us to be more specific about the policies, we can do that. But for example, one of the things that we are proposing is to look at significant policies within the organization, such as the TLCI policy, and see if there is any changes that we need to make and bring that to the policy committee. So there's a variety of them, but if you'd like us to go through and be more specific, we can.
That's okay. That clarification is helpful. Thank you.
Also, I was going to mention too is that as we, and I'll get to the next part of it, the SEDS update, there will likely be policies that will be associated with economic development that we'll also bring to the policy committee.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, can I have a motion to approve the 2026 Policy Committee focus areas as amended?
So moved.
Second? Second. Any discussion on it? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Now we're gonna move on to the CY 2026 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas. So, Ronnie?
Sure. Thank you. Good morning again. This is the calendar year 2026 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas. The action requested is the approval of the calendar year 2026 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas. The previous action was the approval of the 2025 committee focus areas. The purpose of the Economic Development Subcommittee shall provide advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee to support economic growth and enhance quality of life. The goals are to operate as the said strategy committee as required by the U.S. Economic Development Administration, inform NOACL of relevant economic development matters, foster sustainable and equitable economic growth, provide input and recommendations in NOACA project planning and prioritization, and be a forum for regional collaboration to support regional economic growth. For calendar year 2025, the focus areas accomplishments, I kind of mentioned them earlier, but the continued refinement of baseline performance measures adopted in 2024, we've refined those. And as far as the promote community collaboration through regional projects, there was a presentation of the Arizona Transportation and Economic Development Initiative, or TEDI. It was for, the TEDI is actually for the stakeholder jurisdictions, Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and NASA Glenn Research Center, and it covers 50 square miles. The TEDI objective was to stimulate regional economic growth through aerospace, advanced manufacturing, and logistics. As far as the focus areas of educate communities on the SEDS and its benefits to the areas, staff continues to review the SEDS and educate stakeholders. That's something that I've done at previous EDS subcommittee meetings. Create a centralized repository of all information. NOACA will partner with CSU to provide data intended to inform stakeholders, which is the proof beyond intuition of a project's need or funding, guide local policy, promote reactive policy for measured economic growth, strengthen the understanding of economic conditions, guide strategic decision-making across SED's priority areas. We want to make sure that's in conjunction with the current administration. And the economic approval of the Economic Development Economic Development District designation was submitted, we submitted additional information last fall at the request of the EDA, and it's currently under review, and hopefully we'll have a response from them soon. As far as the potential 2026 focus areas, they're similar to the calendar year 2025 ones. That is to implement and refine adopted performance measures, continue development of a grant strategy, promote community collaboration through regional projects, educate communities on the SEDS and its benefit to their areas, create a centralized repository of all information. That's our partnership with CSU, and the EDA approval of the Economic Development District designation. Next steps is the adoption of the focus areas, which will help the Economic Development Subcommittee prioritize strategies, promote and coordinate development, and leverage the involvement of the public, private, and nonprofit sectors in implementing and maintaining the SEDS. The action again is to approve the calendar year 2026 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas, and I'll stand for questions.
All right, Ronnie, can you go back to, I think it was your first slide, and it said the stakeholders, one more before that. The stakeholders, what was it, Grace, do you remember the stake? Jurisdiction. Can you, and it said the 50 square miles, and it included Hopkins and Glen.
That was it, Ronnie. Nope, keep going. This
Oh,
one.
okay.
All right. The stakeholders' jurisdictions, where it says it includes Hopkins and NASA Glen, but it's 50 square miles. Can you tell us what else is included in the stakeholder jurisdiction and where it is?
Well, it's the area that's encompassing, I think it's Brook Park. I don't have the names of each of these, the cities and all, but I know Brook Park is a part of it. Of course, NASA Glen and the Cleveland Hobson Airport. I believe, geez, don't have all the numbers there.
It's essentially the Aero Zone, which includes Cleveland, Brook Park, Berea, Middleburg Heights, I know Rocky River, Fairview Park, Mary or Mayor Bobst, who are we missing? North Olmsted, yeah.
So it's all the Aero Zone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on the Economic Development Subcommittee focus area for 2026?
Grace, this is maybe a question for you, and it's a little bit more perhaps long range and philosophical. But I'm curious, when we think about groups like this, like the Economic Development Subcommittee, and also the mission of the bigger Vibrant Neo initiative, which I know has a much broader geographic footprint, if there's an opportunity for alignment and collaboration toward the type of regional economic development and vitality that seem to drive both of those groups. So just as we're thinking about the different committees, boards, et cetera, that NOACA has, I would be very interested in exploring opportunities for alignment and coordination.
Between Vibrant Neo and the Economic Development Subcommittee,
As an example, yes.
as an example, but also throughout the agencies, committees, and councils.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
the goals are very similar.
Yeah.
And of course, NOACA's specific geographic footprint is smaller with only the 5 counties, whereas Vibrant Neo expands beyond. But I think the themes are very similar that we're talking about. And so would love to see some connectivity there.
Yeah.
And I know the brownfield stuff sort of comes between the two, but I think bigger awareness would be
Yes,
helpful.
you know, that's a really good point. When we developed Vibrant Neo in partnership with the other MPOs and NEFCO, the idea was that each of us would begin to implement the items in Vibrant Neo through our own boards. And we recently completed a survey that I think you may have seen the results, or if you haven't seen all of it, that kind of explored what have communities done. And we're seeing that a lot of the work has been done, and it would be good to bring more recognition to other parts of NOACA for that alignment. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, can I have a motion to approve the 2026 Economic Development Subcommittee focus areas? Got a first and a second. Any discussion? Mayor vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Now we're gonna move on to our presentations for future action, Transportation for a Safer Community Initiative, our TSCI policy update. Grace?
Communities Initiative has been talked about at the policy committee level over the last year. We've made some progress. We determined that the policy was not yet ready for us to approve or move forward. So we are focusing more on a pilot approach, and Kessa Turnbull will give us an update on where we stand and the activities that we are undertaking to support this policy moving forward.
As the chair mentioned, no action is requested, and we are just giving you a regular update since you have been so instrumental in helping us put this together. We presented it to you in the second, third, and fourth quarter meetings last year, and as we went through this process, it evolved from a general policy that we knew was going to have something to do with transportation safety and not much else, into something very similar to our Transportation for Livable Communities initiative with separate planning and implementation tracks, and finally a complete reimagining which switched the implementation in particular from an application-based process to a regionally coordinated process. Like Grace mentioned, we are currently pausing the further policy development so that we can get you some real-world data on how these projects actually go about in the wild, and we can use them to further inform the finalizations of the policy. We have two planning studies that we are currently in the process of arranging scopes for in Richmond Heights and North Royalton. We have an intersection of the Richmond, Chardon, and White roads, as well as possibly a southern segment of Richmond Road, and North Royalton's Royalton Road, which is also State Route 82. We are currently in the process of setting coordination meetings with both the city partners to determine what exactly it is they're looking for, and our partners at ODOT to ensure that these planning studies meet their primary goal of making these communities eligible to apply for HSIP funds in the future, which is the Highway Safety Improvement Program. At some point, we are going to do some implementation studies as well. The city of Palma has already said that they are interested in something, and we are going to be looking for another project from the community safety reports to reach out to the community and see if they're interested in working with us. $450,000 is allocated for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. We will actually get these scoping meetings scheduled with our planning study partners to pin down the details for preparing an RFP for a consultant. And we will reach out to communities regarding another implementation pilot. And we will continue to give all of you regular updates on how this is progressing, since you've shown that you really care about it, and so we want to keep you at the table.
Thanks, Kessa. Any questions? Yes, Mary.
I just want to let you know, if you remember, County Planning Commission applied for a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant in 2024. We were awarded that. We have been still waiting for revised language of the final contract, so that is now in discussion with Federal Highway. We're supposed to be expecting the revised contract with the removal of some of the immigration and ICE language that was originally in there. So we are going to be moving forward with it this year. So I'd like to make sure we work with NOACA because it is comprehensive for the county. So.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Anybody else? All right, we're gonna move on. Are there any reports or updates? No? Are there any old business? How about new business? Can I have a motion to adjourn? In 21? Time is the only thing you can't get back, folks. I'm gifting you an hour. At this point, we're going to adjourn and we will see you for the next meeting on. Or, oh, I'm sorry. Is there a second to adjourn?
Okay, thank you.
All right. All in favor of adjourning? All right. So we will adjourn and we will see you again on Friday, April 10th at 10 o'clock. Thank you. There we go. Try to get to 21 minutes, but.
Does this have to do? Good morning, everyone. It is 11:30. I would like to call the NOACA Program and Planning Committee to order. If we could start with the Pledge of Allegiance. For those who are able, please rise and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes. Thank you. I'm Kirsten Gale. I am the vice chair. So Mike Dever is the chair this year, but he was not able to be here. So you get me to run the meeting today. And I will start by reminding you that in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. I would like to welcome the following new board members to the Planning and Program Committee. Mayor Jim Petrus from the city of Cleveland Heights. Mayor Sandra Morgan from the city of East Cleveland. Andy Haupt, Geauga County Engineer. Jason Boyd, Lake County Administrator. Morgan McIntosh, Lake County Commissioner. Chris Crossman, York Township Trustee. Matt Hiscott, Director of Public Service for the City of Wadsworth. And subcommittee chairs, David Hearn, Chair of the Air Quality Subcommittee, Rob Duncan, Chair of the Transportation Subcommittee, and Jeremy Sinco, Chair of the Water Quality Subcommittee. Welcome to all. If you have questions, please let us know along the way. Next item on our agenda are the minutes from October 10th, 2025. You should have received them in your packet. Are there any corrections or additions? And seeing none, can I have a motion for approval? So moved by Serby, second by Cunningham. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you very much. Item number 3 is subcommittee updates. First on the list is the Air Quality Subcommittee and Chair David Hearn. Is there any additional report, or the meeting summary is found in the packet? He's not here, so we will move on. You also received the Transportation Subcommittee, Chair Rob Duncan. He's not here as well, so your summary was in the packet. And the Water Quality Subcommittee, Chair Jeremy Sinco, not here as well, so the summary is in the packet. We appreciate them for their work prior to this meeting. Next, we'll move to public comments on the agenda. We do have one person who signed in for comment, that is Mayor Orcutt. Mayor Orcutt, you may come forward. You have 3 minutes. You also do have an item on the agenda, so if there's questions, you also will be permitted to come back to address those during that time. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Gale. Good morning, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Mayor Edward Orcutt, and for the record, my address is 6161 Angle Road, Brook Park, Ohio. This morning, I'm here to thank everyone from NOACA, their staff, the Executive Director and CEO, Grace Galucci. The process that we've had through this project in Brook Park with the Haslam Sports Group and Osborne Engineering has been one that has been a great education for myself. I did learn a lot from NOACA, and I thought a lot of great concerns and questions that have come up about this project. And we appreciated the scrutiny to this project. With that, we were able to have some Q&A and review by not only NOACA, but our residents and our neighboring cities as well, too. I thought the regional open house meeting on January 14th was nothing more than a success. We had a great attendance on, of course, bad weather, as we've been assuming that every day for the last few months. But I think this has been a great, successful project for the region. I believe that a lot of the questions that were asked by the different subcommittees and councils have been met. And I certainly do want to thank Dr. Ali and Ed May for all of their hard work and presentations and being able to get us here for what I hope is approval for the project planning review. With that said, I did want to let everyone know that we're at a critical time in this project. Obviously, the small city of Brook Park cannot afford $80 million worth of improvements to our highway systems. And typically, you have probably a few more years than what we have had to work on this. But over the last almost 2 years that we've been working on this project for our highway systems, there's been a lot of resources put into that, much more than I think that you've seen in other projects. At the cost of $11 million has been paid for by the Haslam Sports Group. A lot of resources, a lot of engineers have put their time into this project to get us to where we're at today. Furthermore, I just want to add that our collaboration with the city of Middleburg Heights and Cleveland has been fantastic. The Haslam Sports Group is paying for a traffic study, which we're calling basically phase 2 to this project. We could consider it like 2A and 2B. Middleburg Heights has been with the city of Brook Park in every NOACA meeting, every ODOT meeting. There's been great collaboration on what we have to do as a team. I think NOACA's review of finding that there's very little to no impact on the hospital. I believe one time frame out of the 3 time frames provided during an event showed that there would be an increase of egress by 30 seconds. So you go to the hospital to get treated, there was no impact, but a 30-second delay in a certain time period to get out. Same with the airport. We've been working very closely with the leadership at Hopkins International Airport and Mayor Bibb's team to be able to find out, hey, what is your traffic study saying versus ours? So those meetings have been bi-weekly, and we've been collaborating with them for well over 6 months, and those meetings have been going very well. So just wanted to thank everybody in the room, and I would hope today for a consideration of the approval of the PPR with also putting us on the long-range plan. And with that, I conclude, and I will be available for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Orcutt. We appreciate you being here. That was it for public comment, so we will move forward to agenda item number 5, which is the Chair Executive Director's Report. Grace, do you have a report today?
I do not.
Very good. We will move forward with next item on the agenda, which is our action items. And the first one is the second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning reviews. And I'll turn it to Grace for an introduction and presentation by staff.
So good afternoon. Thank you to Mayor Orcutt for the introduction during the public comment section. I would like to also offer thanks to the mayor and the Haslam Group for their collaboration and participation in the work that we've been doing. But I also want to be clear that NOACA's work in terms of evaluating the buildable units or the infrastructure projects proposed, as well as evaluating the entire traffic scenarios for the new development, is completely independent. So that has been an independent study by NOACA staff, primarily using our transportation travel demand model. We had to use inputs from Brook Park in order to determine the development impacts, but then the modeling was ours. So there was a collaboration, but there is also independence, and I want to make sure that that is clear. With that, I will turn it over to Ed to take us through the presentation. And I would also like to, one more time, Mayor Orcutt just said it, but I'd like to repeat it, that the public meeting that we held on January 14th was a tremendous success. I mean, we had over 200 people show up in a blizzard, and a lot of good interaction with the folks that showing up from a lot of different places other than just Brook Park. So thank you to the NOACA team and the folks in Brook Park for putting that together.
Thank you. Ed?
Thank you. Yes, this is covering the second quarter project planning review for 2026. Oops, excuse me. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend with conditions, which will be covered later, to the Executive Committee, the second quarter project planning review for the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026. This was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee at its December 19th meeting. And now I'm just going to give you a quick recap of our project planning review process, the proposed project itself, and then a timeline kind of recapping what's transpired up to this point. So again, NOACA's project planning review process, the purpose of that is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility and requirements placed on it by Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and the Ohio Department of Transportation. So this project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process and involves 4 levels of review. The project has been and continues to be reviewed by staff. It's being presented to the advisory councils, the subcommittees and committees. It's being circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation to contiguous communities and agencies interested or possibly impacted by the project. And it's posted on the NOACA's website for public review and comment. So then I'm just going to share this illustration here. This is contained in your materials on page 29 of the packet. This is depicting the conceptual plan and schematic layout of the Brook Park public infrastructure improvements with all 7 buildable units represented. Again, the project summary, comments and illustrations and are included in your materials on pages 22 through 41. So the proposed improvements, they're broken down into buildable units, and I'm going to go through these real quickly. This slide shows buildable unit number 1, which is the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements involving an additional left turn lane to the Snow Road I-71 northbound exit ramp and modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. And then you have buildable unit number 2, which involves improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramps. This going to Snow Road westbound and then going to Engle Road southbound. And it also includes the addition of an I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge going to this perimeter roadway or ring road. The next slide here shows buildable unit number 3. This is identified as the Snow Road connector and 5 points improvements. This was previously identified as Snow Road / Ring Road connector. This will provide access for Snow Road traffic going to Engle Road. It will involve modifying the bridge on Snow Road and include improvements to Snow Road from State Route 237, and it will involve relocating 5 Points Road. And then showing here on buildable unit number 4, this is Engle Road South, widening and realignment, previously known as Engle Road widening and realignment. This will involve widening and realigning about 1,300 feet of Engle Road. And then the last three buildable units are contained on this slide. This buildable unit number 5 is Engle Road North widening and improvements, previously known as Ring Road widening and improvements. This involves widening about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements and creating a perimeter roadway or a ring around the site, and widening Ring Road from 6 to 7 lanes south of Hummel Road. And then buildable unit 6 is a pedestrian facility and bridge. The pedestrian bridge would be to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking. And then finally, you see the buildable unit 7 is independent of the original application to the track, but it's a GCRTA transit station. It's identified as a potential future project. We understand a potential new GCRTA station is in planning, and it's our understanding that a conceptual design is complete. So now to recap what's transpired leading up to today, on August 15th, the proposed project was presented to the Transit Council, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, and the Safety and Operations Council for information and input, followed by the September 15th Transportation Subcommittee, where it was recommended that the proposed project be recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee, subject to including the results of the traffic analysis. On September 26th, the project was presented for information to the Business, Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, also for information and input. And then the project was presented to this committee on October 10th, and the committee recommended that the project be recommitted to the Transportation Subcommittee, subject to review of severity of congestion during major events and possible resolutions, including impact to surrounding communities, access to Hopkins Airport and Southwest General Hospital during events, and then also regional impact and collaboration. So then December 5th, the project was again presented for information to the Business, Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Advisory Councils. And then at the December 19th Transportation Subcommittee, the subcommittee recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee. So that brings us to today's meeting. And now I will turn this presentation over to Dr. Makarachi to share with you NOACA's analysis of this project.
Good morning. Thank you, Ed. As Chris mentioned, the sponsor, City of Brook Park, and their consultants provided project-related input. Similar to any other projects we deal with, we get the data from them, from the sponsor. Then after that, the NOACA staff conduct an independent technical analysis using our tools for planning and whatever data we have got for our model. So we are gonna just go quickly, 3 scenarios we are gonna talk. The base one, which we call it base, is 2030. That's as a benchmark. We are gonna use that to compare with other 2 scenarios. The base one is a 2030, no stadium, no development, just our general plan 2030 is. Then we look at the no build, which without any no buildable unit you heard, none of them with an event. Then we talk about a stadium development, a stadium and development and event days, including the infrastructure improvements. To add to the build scenario, we ask the sponsor to provide us when people leave the stadium, there is gonna be some congestion. So how they're gonna manage the traffic in terms of the traffic management so they provided this map with some information as a traffic management plan, and we added that to our build scenario because these are important. When they leave, they need to have the police presence on some intersection, traffic lights, and all these cameras, all this from the city. So then other things our assumption was we have got, generally our model is based on the 5 periods, 24 hours divided into 5 periods. there's a peak period in the morning, peak afternoon, and there's a midday and nighttime and early morning. So based on that, if you see, if I show the before 3 p.m. and after 7 p.m., that's because of our model split the time periods based on these time periods. So what they told us is 65,000 people, spectator is going to come to a stadium on a weekday. The Sunday and the weekends is traffic much less. If we look at this as a congestion, as a delay, is much better than the weekend. So based on that, we assumed the 15% coming before 3 p.m. to a stadium for a game on a weekday, because it's important between 3 to 7 when people leave work and there's a work trip, return trip home. That's a congestion. And probably you experience this many times when you go home after the work. So 15% before the 3 p.m. and the rest 85% is the peak period, PM peak period from 3 to 7. So usually it's not that everybody drives alone. When they go for a game, usually there's a group of the people, families, and all this together. And then based on our assumption, we are talking about, over 2.5 people in one car in average. So we divided that, and you see the numbers here is something like 3,000 cars come before the 3 p.m., about 18,000 come after between 3 and 7, but all 22,300 leaves at the same time. When the game is over, then the stadium. So based on this, I'm just showing you the assumptions. So the other assumptions we have got, we were asking, where these people come from to a stadium. One of the things, after consulting the sponsor and the consulting firms, they said is a seasonal ticket the SLM is going to provide us. And those seasonal tickets we converted to the zip codes and then to our neighborhood. We call it traffic analysis zone. So what you see on this map is showing the people coming from different zip codes to the stadium based on the seasonal ticketing. So these are origins. Then we look at the 3 levels of the analysis. One is an influence area, we call it, which is shown in the blue, and it covers about 6-7 communities: Brook Park, Cleveland, Parma, Middleburg Heights, and so on. And then Cuyahoga County is another level of the analysis, and 5-county region, our NOACA region, is the third one. So we had the origins, but we needed it to simulate this model. We needed to have the destination. So talking to the city of Brook Park, they proposed this. The plan is to 12,000 park at the site, at the stadium. The rest is going to be in neighborhood. So we got these numbers because we need to, when people come, when we model simulates, people come from origins, those zip codes to this destination to park here, then walk there. I'll show you more on this detail here. One thing is important to see the traffic. When we talk about traffic, we are talking about flow, not the storage capacity. On the left-hand side is the storage capacity. When I talk about now on this presentation, talking about capacity, we are talking about how much cars can be processed through the roads, not the capacity of how many cars can be parked. That's the difference. And generally, the traffic engineering is based on the processing tasks through the roads and different type of the roads. The other issue is important based on the FHWA. We call it the level of service. People based on the experience, the driver experience based on the factors like travel time, delay, volume over capacity, on the periods, on different periods of the AM or PM. So that's what we get, split this based on the A, B, C, D, E, F. So usually we have to invest for the D near the capacity, because A, B, C, although it looks but is a waste of the tax money. So we have to go. E and F is a congestion, and we have to do something about it to come back to the D level. What we used as a tool we have got for not this project, for many other projects we have developed last 10 years, is a travel demand model. all the MPOs in this country and many other countries, they have got this. And this is based on looking at the trips on the roads, based on the socioeconomic data, based on the neighborhoods. Our model is one of the details. We are talking about something over 7,000 active neighborhoods, and we are talking about over 100,000 road segment in the model and over 30,000 intersections. It's very detailed, is for the accuracy purposes. And at the same time, when we do all this, we come back and look at the results of the model. Then we take the data from the outside actual data to calibrate and validate the model. So in the next, as you see here on the right-hand side, there's a circle of shown by red that shows the calibration, like travel survey. We had that recently, household travel survey, traffic counts, many other information we got. We go back and calibrate our model. So this slide is important in terms of validity of our model. You can see, for example, household survey recently we did, they talk about asking about 1%, they talk about around seven trips per household, and the model talks about 7. Then we talk about volume over count. You can see the numbers are around 1, which is quite good. Even although it's 1 or 2%, about 2% of the trips by transit. But recently I read it in the news, the RTA talks about 24.5 million annual ridership, and we have got converted to daily, and we have got, you can see how close we are. So based on this, our model is reliable, calibrated, and validated for this project and similar to any other project we have used. What we are going to, I'm going a bit faster because of the time, but we are going to show you the total auto and truck delays is one of the metrics we are going to look at, volume over capacity. Remember the capacity definition ratios, and the statistical measures we have look at the airport and Southwest General Hospital when there's a game and compare with the other scenarios. There are 2 intersections around the area. One is a snow road, the other one is a Bagley. These 2 interchanges are important for the whole project, because most people are going to drive through the highway. When they want to come to a stadium or they want to leave, they're going to use these two interchanges to come to the stadium. So the first one, we look at the 3 to 7 p.m. And if you remember, 85% of spectators are going to come to the stadium. At the same time, left-hand side is a base, as a bench, as a benchmark. So we can look at that, compare with what we see on the right-hand side, which shows all the reds are over capacity and orange are at capacity. So this is important to showing the congestion. But you don't have to consider the left-hand side is not everything is clear. There's no congestion. There are some congestion even without any development. So that's just comparison. We can zoom in, for example, to interchange, as I mentioned, interchange the snow road. You can see on the left-hand side, not much traffic. On the right-hand side, when people come to the stadium, there are some red, and the number is 1.24. I can see from here. So that's the overcapacity of the happening. And they have one of the built units was the first one was to widening this, as the sponsor suggested, to make it less congested for the people going to a stadium. Bagley Road interchange, you can see, compare with these two, again, there are some red more than the orange. Now, after the 7 p.m., usually we don't have much traffic in our area because the work, everybody went home. So now we have got, when people leaving the stadium, we have got some red area. If you remember on the interchange, on the exit coming to the from Snow Road, it was the right-hand side red, now it's the left-hand side when people leave. As I said, that's the comparison. We have got some Brook Park red there as well for the over the capacity. After 7, leaving the Bagley interchange, you can see there's nothing on the base, but there's some red on the, again, is about 10% over the capacity. we compared and we look at the impact of the built and no built scenarios. And you can see on the influence area, the yellow one is a built. The total delay is one of the measures is less than what the built. So no built, the built 6 units are making some improvements in the influence area, reducing the delay for the drivers. If you look at the Cuyahoga County, you can see is a less impact, but it still is a reducing. Then for region, our 5-county region, the similar, we are looking at some reduction on the delay. Now, people not parking by a stadium, people parking outside. And that's what the sponsor told us, you know, these are the location they are planning to have the parking lot for when 65,000 people come there. So this shows the distance from each parking lot in average to the stadium. For example, the one on the dark purple is about 1.1 mile walking there from there in average. There are some less than 0.2, 0.5, this kind of, you know, distance walking to the stadium. So we look at the sidewalk, because one of the questions in the transportation subcommittee, they ask us to look at the level of service for walking and cycling to the stadium. So we look at the width of the sidewalk, generally is about 5 feet and on each side. And the one on the purple you see there is the one the City of Brook Park and the sponsor is suggesting to have the sidewalk. So we recommend, you will see later on why we are doing this recommendation. We are recommend to have a sidewalk with about 7 feet or more on both sides of the roads. So that shows again, FHWA and highway capacity manual, the traffic engineering Bible shows, you know, the walking is based on the square foot per person when they walk. So if they have got less people there, the level of service is higher. So that shows if a tiny legend there shows, for example, if it's a less than 8 is a F, more than 8 square foot per person, that you can see the orange are E on the Engel Road and the Brook Park, and D and C. So not only we look at the level of service for cars, we look at the walking, the level of service in the sidewalk. But these are, I repeat, these are based on the 7 feet of the new road, new walking, the facility 7 for the both sides of the streets. So we look at the, you know, based on the data, what the impact, positive impact, the buildable units they made. So all this list, Ed mentioned. So based on the purpose of this, they have added congestion or access. You can see on the last column on the right-hand side where there's a impact positive, make it a medium, high, or low, depends on where they are. So these are the kind of results of our study. But we had some more to study regarding that. There are some major destinations like airport, like Southwest General Hospital in Bagley. So we needed to look at that. One thing I show here on this map, it shows you the capacity, road capacity on the 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. For example, I draw your attention to the 30,300 on I-480 West. These are the number of cars can be processed during this period through the I-480 westbound. Same thing with the eastbound, 30,700 and so on. So based on this capacity, we look at the trips to airport and trips to a stadium. The black line shows because in the model we are able to tag the trips, and the black line shows the people going to the airport, and the green one shows the going to the stadium. Some of the routes are shared, some of the routes are just, but look, people take many different artery routes and roads, but here we are just showing, for a clarity, we are showing just 750 vehicles over with a green line, shaded green road. So in this map, we show the 3 to 7 p.m. Again, I'm looking at the I-480 West. We are talking about almost every day from 3 to 7 p.m., 22,000 people go, typically they use this road on these 4 hours. What is going to be added when they come to a stadium? People come to a stadium, 3,200. So different direction is about 4 or 5 directions, and you can see each one, we have identified how many spectators, how many cars will add to what we have got as a typical. The pink one, the blue one is the one added to the estimated typical weekday road users. When we put this together with the capacity I mentioned, you can see nothing more than 85%. If I remind you the slide I showed as a level of service, the 85% was level of service D. Actually, there were some short, this stadium probably is going to use the additional highway capacity we have got to get to the D and make it more use this. So the other things, as I mentioned, statistical measures we have got for example, for airport trips, we have got weighted average. As you see here, people coming to the airport, people leaving the airport, and weighted average, whether it's a base or built with the event, then maximum delay and total delay of the all trips coming to airport. So you can see from 3 to 7, again, our focus period is maximum delay is about 3.1 minutes. Usually average is about 0.2, about 30 seconds extra time for everybody. But generally the total is 96.9 hours of delay during this period for every total of everybody's delay. When they leave, there's nothing, obviously, if you look at the table down on the purple color, you can see there's nothing on terms of the traffic, and then most of them are, but when after 7, when they leave, we have got about 81 hours of the delay on the. Now, the same thing, we look at the Southwest General on the Bagley, and you can see the same, but interesting is here, the green color shows, for example, on I-71, going north for a stadium, but coming to a hospital going south. So there's no conflict there. So that's why that reduces the delay in terms of the similar statistical measures for the Southwest General. You can see, again, 3 to 7, total is 88 hours, but the maximum is about 3-4 minutes. But when they leave, is about 55 hours. On the airport was a 4.7 for leaving, 4.7 minutes, 5 minutes leaving. So these are our analysis, and I leave it to Ed to complete our presentation.
Okay, so after the Dr. Makarach's presentation, I just want to share here with you that staff are satisfied that the requirements of project planning review have been met for the buildable units 1 through 6. Okay, as these address the traffic impacts of the development only in the city of Brook Park, staff is recommending that approval be conditioned upon further study and development of infrastructure proposals related to communities outside of Brook Park and within that influence area. The intention is to treat buildable units 1 through 6 as the first phase of infrastructure projects, and then projects outside of the city would be a second phase. So with that, staff would like to recommend second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning review for the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park to the executive committee for placement on the March 2026 Board of Directors agenda, conditioned upon further study and development of infrastructure proposals related to communities outside of Brook Park and within the influence area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Is there a motion? Do we take motion or discussion first? Yeah, motion first, and then we'll have discussion.
So moved.
Who said the first? Sorry. Did you get it?
Corcoran.
Oh, Corcoran, sorry, I can't see that far. And second Vice Mayor Morgan, excuse me. And now discussion. Are there questions for any of the presenters? And a reminder that Mayor Orcutt, and I assume his team are here if there's questions for them as well. Yes, Mary.
I just had a question on the phase two. Is there any sense of timing for that phase two outside of Brook Park? I know during the public meeting, there was questions from residents in Berea asking about any improvements potentially in their community.
At this point, there has been no designated time frame for phase two projects, what they may be, and when we may evaluate them.
I think we can address, or we can ask the sponsor to address that. I know that they have begun studying, I believe Bagley Road outside of Brook Park, and Dennis Albrecht is here representing the project sponsor. If you want to give us more detail on your timeline, not just for that segment, but also for other aspects of the transportation impacts outside of Brook Park.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. You are correct in that the Bagley Road study is in process right now. We expect to receive the results of that by mid-February, and we'll forward those results along to both ODOT and NOACA for everyone's review and concurrence on that. Other studies are yet to be determined what might be necessary, and we'll keep an open mind to whatever we hear is necessary to be studied. But as of right now, there are no additional studies planned.
So what the condition, though, is representing is that there have been concerns about traffic impacts outside of Brook Park, and that they do need to be addressed as a phase two. Some of them were identified in the presentation by Dr. Makarachi, and some of them, I don't know if just communities have expressed concern, and so we just want to make sure that we're addressing those. But I think we do have to have a timeline and sort of an understanding of how we intend to approach it.
When we receive input from the NOACA staff on where those specific studies are needed, then we'll be able to respond with
Okay.
timeline for those.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Serby, any follow-up?
Right, just the planner. I also had a question on, I know they're showing sidewalk improvements, which is going to be very critical, getting people to and from different parking lots. I guess, is there anything specific that's being planned on the area just adjacent to the RTA station at Brook Park to get those people across Brook Park Road? Because that's a big roadway to get across to then get to the sidewalks to then get to the stadium.
Yes, there are. The city of Brook Park has a separate Brook Park resurfacing program or project that is already programmed with ODOT. I believe that is scheduled to be built in 2028, and that will include enhanced pedestrian crossings there at Brook Park Road, and Brook Park and Engle.
Mayor Bopes, did you have a question?
I just wanted to know, kind of taking off of Mary Serby's question about timing, is scope. And I think that's been answered, that through the recommendations of NOACA staff, they'll look at those specific areas. Thank you.
Mayor Bopst, I had mentioned at the previous board meeting that we will put together a stakeholder meeting for the staff of the communities that are going to be impacted, and even the elected officials may come, but we'd like to have more of a hands-on workshop where we'll talk about those roads that we suspect will need some further evaluation, and then you can contribute some additional feedback to us. And then that's the information we will pass on to the project sponsor.
Thank you. Director Serby?
All right, one more question. Understanding that the Teddy is going on right now in the Aero Zone, I guess if there are any recommended improvements that come out of that, would that be a recommendation made to the consulting team for phase two? I don't know what the timing is on the Teddy and then this potentially phase two recommendations.
That's a good point. So certainly anything that will be approved by the board relative to these buildable units 1 through 6 is information that will be shared with the consultant team for the Aerozone study. And yes, any additional phase 2 would be similarly provided to them.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Yes, Mr.
Scott Wangler, City of Parma. I'd like to endorse the recommendation that further study be done. And it looks like the current study ends around 130th on the east end, and I'd like to see that extend out to encapsulate Tiedemann and the Ridge Road on 480. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will thank the sponsors for being here to answer questions and thank the staff for their presentation. We have had a motion to recommend this to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2026 Board of Directors agenda. It has been seconded, so I will call the roll. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the third quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning reviews. This is for Lake Tran Ohio Workforce Mobility Partnership Improve Cross-County Transportation. Do you have anything before we turn it to Ed?
Thank you.
And I will turn it to Ed May.
Yes, this is for the third quarter project planning review. And let me just catch up here. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend third quarter project planning review to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026. This item was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. I reviewed the purpose of NOACA's project planning review process in the previous presentation. So again, this is just to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and inform you that this project is being processed in accordance with the project planning review process. This slide illustrates our process whereby project planning review evaluates a proposed project and assesses how it aligns with the plan. And the action taken at the project planning review stage of the process is acknowledgement that the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. There's one project review summary here covering the cross-county transportation improvements in Lake County and Geauga County. The project is included in the packet on page 44. I'll run through it quickly. This is the project. The project is not requesting NOACA funds. Rather, it is utilizing funding through the Ohio Workforce Mobility Partnership Program, which supports projects that easily and efficiently transport resident workforce members to economically significant employment centers and or places of employment outside of their resident community. So this Lake Tran OWMP improved cross-county transportation involves the purchase of expansion vehicles, increasing the capacity for longer cross-country trips, and supporting expanded joint service. This is intended to help meet demand for workforce transportation and linking communities to manufacturing hubs, training centers, and essential services in Lake County and Geauga County. Also, Lake Tran and Geauga County Transit were awarded funding to launch a 3-year cross-county workforce mobility initiative. This will involve hiring new drivers and intended to create a unified driver pool for service between Lake and Geauga counties. The project will also expand demand responsive transportation for work, training, education, and healthcare. The estimated cost of the project is $2.9 million. Again, no NOACA funds are being requested. There is no financial impact. This action does not approve proposed funding or the implementation schedule of the project. Next steps, NOACA staff would forward any comments from this committee to the project sponsor. Pending the Planning and Programming Committee's recommendation, the project will be presented for additional review and comment to the Executive Committee. Pending board approval, the project sponsor will be notified that their project has completed project review, and staff will work with the sponsor to address any issues identified during project review. With that, I would like to request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend third quarter project planning review to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to recommend this to the Executive Committee? So moved by Commissioner McIntosh. Second by Councilman Slife. Is there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, we will call the roll. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is third quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments, and we'll turn it to Mr. May.
Thank you. This is covering the plan and tip amendments for the third quarter of 2026. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend third quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendment to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026. This item was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. This slide illustrates the process, which here highlights the amendment to the plan and tip. Completion of project planning review establishes a project's eligibility and enables it to be amended to the plan and or tip. The plan is the 20-year outlook for projects and regional transportation needs, and the tip is the 4-year program that implements the priorities established in the plan and contains funding commitments for the upcoming 4 years. Just to clarification, regarding what an amendment is, and that is a revision to the tip that involves a major change to a project included in the tip or plan, such as the addition or removal of a project or project phase, a major change in project cost, exceeding the established change in cost thresholds, a design or scope change, such as a bridge work being added to a resurfacing project, or changing a pavement maintenance to an intersection expansion, or in the case of transit, adding or removing scope activities or activity line items. So these require public review and comment and a demonstration of fiscal constraint. And if it's a non-exempt project, it requires air quality conformity, or if it is a regionally significant project, ultimately culminating in a board action. So the amendments are projects currently include the projects currently going through project review, and then projects that are currently programmed in the tip. The listing of the projects to be amended to the plan and tip are in your materials on pages 48 and 49. I'll run through them quickly. This slide contains a concurrent plan and tip amendment listing the Lake Tran cross-county transportation project. This is the purchase of the expansion vehicles for longer cross-county trips and a 3-year cross-county workforce mobility initiative. This was covered under the previous item, project planning review. The tip amendments include projects currently programmed in the tip. This slide lists amendments to a bridge project, a roadway project, and a transit project. The first project is a bridge project on the Hope Memorial Bridge in Cleveland, to which a preliminary engineering and detailed design phase is being added. The next project involves stabilizing the slope of an entrance ramp from a rest area to I-90 westbound in Concord Township. The project is being revised from a group project to an individual project, so then it can be combined with yet another road rehabilitation project along I-90. And then the next project here on this slide involves Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan activities for a GCRTA-sponsored project. The activity line item is being revised from a planning activity to bus and rail preventive maintenance. This would be to spend unused balance of funds for originally programmed for planning. These projects are not requesting NOACA funds. They are not programmed with NOACA funds. This next slide involves previously approved NOACA-funded projects. The first project is a resurfacing project on Fairport Road in Fairport Harbor. The sponsor notified NOACA that they will not be implementing this project and requested that the project be canceled. Its estimated total cost is $3.3 million. The sponsors indicated they're not able to commit the required match for the project. They can't devote an estimated 20 to 25% of the village's annual budget to a road that primarily serves their stone docks. And then the next four projects you see there are transit vehicle replacement projects. This was originally programmed as a single project, PID 118464. The project is now being split into four projects to reflect different vehicle types, such as, standard or diesel or CNG buses, whatever the case may be, and allow for individual CMAQ emissions reductions analyses and eligibility approvals for each project. So the cost of the proposed projects being amended in the plan to the plan is $2.9 million. That's the Lake Tram project. The total cost of the projects being revised in the plan and TIP is $82.9 million. Funding for these projects is committed and or planned from NOACA and non-NOACA funding sources, provided by FHWA and FTA, and administered through ODOT. Next steps, the board, with board adoption, the amendments would be incorporated into the NOACA plan and or the statewide TIP amendment in April. With that, I'd like to request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend third quarter project planning review for fiscal year 2026 to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for March 2026.
Thank you, Mr. May. May I have a motion to recommend that? So moved by Mayor Bope, second by Director Serby. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions or discussion. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Director Procuri.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to bring this up, but Mayor Orcutt did mention at the beginning in his opening remarks that he was also requesting to be added to the long-range plan. And is this the appropriate time to bring that up? Because currently all that was approved was a PPR.
Right. Yeah, this was brought to our attention just yesterday. I know we've been talking about this for several months at committee meetings and such. Ed, if you can explain why we only did the PPR and not the plan amendment, and then I think our plan was to bring that to the next cycle of meetings.
That is correct. That was the plan, was to, once this hurdle was cleared through project planning reviewed, we would then introduce the amendment of the project to the TIP, or I'm sorry, to the plan in the next quarter. And that would result in a June board action. That was the intent. Because there were a lot of moving parts to this project and there were a lot of issues surrounding it and a lot of questions. And so that was the intent at this point.
So I guess the question might be for Brook Park was there a reason that it needed to be approved now versus the June?
I'm sorry, could you say it one more time?
I guess the question would be, the mayor had requested it, and I'm wondering if there's a reason that it was requested to be done now versus in June. And I thought it was just a long-range plan, not the TIP.
Well, yeah, it's the long-range plan, and now I've come to understand that this project has been pretty far along in development with respect to the feasibility study, which according to the project ELLIS, the Project Development Management System, the feasibility study approval is expected tomorrow, or I'm sorry, the February 1st. And the environmental document is to be submitted to District 12 in March. Now, as I understand it, the project is required, the TRAC, in order to be considered for TRAC funding, TRAC wants to see the environmental document in order to advance it to Tier 1 for funding consideration. So I guess what I'm saying is that the TRAC policy is that projects cannot advance to tier 1 until environmental document is completed. It can be amended to the, I guess, and they can't get environmental document clearance or environmental clearance until if the project is not on the plan. So I didn't realize that the environmental review or document and the feasibility study were that far along in the process to enable it to be approved in May, which is what the target date is for the environmental document approval is mid-May. And the intent.
So, I mean, this brings up a little bit of a conundrum with timing. When Brook Park applied for the track, they clearly did not have environmental done. Yet they applied for tier 1. They were not in the plan, yet they applied. We provided a letter of acknowledgement about the project. So the project is not required to be in the plan in order to be considered for track. I mean, that has been a longstanding policy by the track that it doesn't have to be in the plan at the time. So clearly we understood this process of it being approved next to be workable. So, and again, we just heard about this last night, so I haven't had time to really look at the issue to see what exactly is needed from track. I assumed that if they applied without NEPA or without being in the plan and having experience with other projects that we've supported that were not in the plan nor had NEPA, that it still would be fine. It was my understanding that the NEPA needs to be complete before the tier 1 funding would be spent, right? So I think they can be awarded it. And this is what I haven't researched fully yet. And I don't know, John, if you're able to provide any insight on that, but can they still be awarded, which was my understanding, they can still be awarded the tier 1. They can't begin the tier 1 till they have the NEPA.
Grace, I'm not sure about that. I would say that the project could best compete for track funding if that was in line. And I guess in my mind, we completed PPR, and the reason to do PPR is so that it can be amended to the long-range plan and or the TIP. So PPR has been completed. So I guess I'm not understanding why it would wait for another board meeting to, request that it, I guess, make a request to the executive committee to put it on. Just because PPR is complete and the purpose of PPR is to do one of those two actions.
Ed?
Yeah, that's correct. They're two independent actions. And PPR, for one thing, a project of this complexity is very likely to take more than 1 quarter, which it did. But having successfully completed PPR is one action, and then the other is amending a project to the plan or TIP. It wasn't presented in this agenda as a proposed plan amendment, and that was, I guess I'd have to take responsibility for that. But the rationale was that once this had the project planning review had been approved and adopted by the board by a resolution, then the next step of amending this project to the plan would have occurred in the following quarter for this project. That is not, often the case, but in this project, so we had to work that out. So the rationale there was that if it were amended or adopted to the plan in June, that would be sufficient time.
And I guess that's kind of what I said earlier. I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem or not. It would seem like, again, the project would, be able to best compete if they had, these items in place and the PPR is complete and the next action is to be amended to the long-range plan or the TIP, and the request of the city, the project sponsor, was to have it put on the long-range plan.
Yeah, and again, all we can speak to is what we have been taking through the committees, and what we have been taking through the committees since August is only PPR. And we just heard last night that the schedule we had prepared, which was to take it to the plan in June, was not going to be workable for the sponsor. So I don't have any more information than what I've said. Um, Obviously, we'll need to look into that. I will look to the chair.
I
for-
did
for
see the
some-
sponsor come back in, so if they have any information to add about that, I wonder if I could present an alternative. I hate to go outside of our typical process. Would it be helpful to acknowledge, as an amendment that it will be presented as an amendment for the plan at a future meeting, so that they know it's working through the process, that we go on record that it is working through that process, but I hate to I hate to stray from our typical process on a big project. Director Pecuri?
I would just say this is actually the straying from the typical process is what's happening right now, just from my perspective. Typically, we approve the PPR and then the next agenda item or soon after it, it's amended to the long-range plan or the TIP, and that's not what's happening right now. And I think maybe that's why the mayor, I see the mayor's back, maybe the mayor can speak to that, but I think what we're doing now is actually the thing that is not typical.
I wouldn't say that, John, because it's a separate action. So not everything that goes through PPR is immediately on the same day put into plan and or TIP. There are different requirements for plan, different requirements for TIP. And certainly the intent was to put it on the plan at the June meeting. So, and again, I have to look to Ed and the project sponsor as to, we've been going through it this way for months now. And so it's unfortunate that this just came up. I don't know if it's an issue that TRAC just brought this up to the city of Brook Park.
Well, it's my understanding that, like I said, the project, as it says here, projects cannot advance to tier 1 until an environmental document is completed. That is different from NEPA approval. So essentially, an environmental document equals a clearance. That will then allow consideration of including the project for funding over the next 4 years in tier 1. And without it being amended to our plan now, could delay things, because the ultimate track selection, I think, is in May. So, actually, John, do you want, or I'm sorry, want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, thank you. Our understanding was that for the project to be considered for track funding, that it had to be on the long-range plan. And for it to be on the long-range plan, well, and environmental clearance was a requirement to get on the long-range plan. We are currently, all the environmental work is accomplished. It's all done. It's all under review right now by District 12 and the state. And we just talked with the project manager at District 12, and he expects the environmental process to be complete in March.
Yeah, again, I don't think we've looked at the situation since we became aware of this last night. There are things that have to be done to get into the plan that have not been done, such as conformity analysis. So, I mean, it's again, I think there needs to be some work done by NOACA staff to determine where we are in the process and how quickly we could expedite something. Certainly, we don't want Brook Park to suffer any harm in that process, but I'm certain that TRAC no longer requires your project to be in the long-range plan for consideration. They only need an acknowledgement letter from us acknowledging the project. And I believe we have done that. And if we haven't, we will do that. I thought we did, but we'll take a look at that. And you do not have to have, that's an incorrect statement about having to have environmental done before getting into the plan. You do not have to have environmental done before getting into the plan.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll take a look at these things, and I think, maybe what staff can offer, we could take a closer look at the issue. We'll talk to TRAC, we'll talk to the folks, we'll see what other, what conformity analysis needs to take place, look at the different components of this. And if we can all come to consensus that it does need to happen before the TRAC decisions are made, we can certainly bring it to the executive committee to have the executive committee add that into the agenda for the March meeting. I mean, that still gives us a way to do that.
Director Pecuri?
Grace, I think Dennis had that backwards. It's that needs to be in the long, is my understanding. It needs to be in the long range plan in order to get environmental clearance.
Thank you. I did.
Right, I was just, wait, say that one more time?
It's my understanding it has to be on the long range plan before it gets environmental clearance. That's like one of the last steps.
Oh,
Or
Brenda
a
said it
or a
I said it
critical step.
backwards. Right, yeah, thank you.
I thought you were talking about getting into our long-range plan, and it does not need to be complete before getting into our
No,
long-range plan.
correct. It's for environmental clearance. It has to be on the long-range plan.
Again, so we'll take a look at all of the details and the timing, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we had a motion and a second to recommend this item to the executive committee. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Next item is State Fiscal Year 2026 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative Program recommendations. Grace?
So TLCI, of course, is one of our flagship programs, the Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative. We invest $2 million annually into this program, no more than $500,000 for studies, and a minimum of $1.5 million for implementation. For the last couple of years, we have focused on implementation because we had many plans out there and the work needed to move forward before we started developing more plans to put, we don't want to put them on a shelf. So in order to keep them off the shelf, we needed to take a little hiatus, but we are back in action for both planning and implementation now. And I will turn it over to Leah Telepak, a planner in our programming division, to take us through this year's program.
Thank you. Ms. Telepak?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As addressed, this will be the State Fiscal Year 2026 TLCI program recommendations. And Grace did give the brief introduction. We are proposing $420,000 for 4 planning studies and $1.9 million for 6 implementation projects, and I'll bring you through those. So action requested is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the March 26th Board of Directors agenda. The approval of State Fiscal Year 2026 TLCI program recommendations. And we have presented the applications to Transit Council, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council, Safety and Operations Council, and Transportation Subcommittee. As you may know, there are 6 policy objectives to our TLCI program. They're to develop transportation projects that provide more travel options through complete streets and context-sensitive solutions, increasing user safety and supporting positive public health impacts. to promote reinvestment in underutilized or vacant abandoned properties through development concepts supported by multimodal transportation systems. Support economic development through place-based transportation and land use recommendations, and connect these proposals with existing assets and investments. To ensure that the benefits and burdens of growth, change, and transportation projects are distributed equitably by integrating accessibility and environmental justice into projects. Enhance regional cohesion by supporting collaboration between regional and community partners. And lastly, provide people with safe and reliable transportation choices that enhance their quality of life. Those 6 objectives were passed by the board and is how we review the applications that are submitted for the program. So we opened this application round on August 15th of 2025, and we closed the application round on October 10th. We received 5 planning studies in total, requesting $680,000, and 14 implementation applications requesting $6.2 million. Then the applicants virtually presented their projects to NOACA staff at the end of October and early November. And just a brief explanation of the budget. We typically have the $2 million, as Grace said, for the annual budget. This time, we split it for the planning studies, giving them $500,000 and giving the $1.5 million for the implementation projects. And then we always look for any carryover, and we did have $334,876 in carryover funds, making our total available budget for the 2026 program $2,334,876. So these are the 4 planning studies that we're recommending. We have GCRTA, Liverpool Township, Mentor on the Lake, and the City of Solon. If you see, I believe this is in your packet on page 50 through 54. The asterisk by Liverpool Township, we will conduct that internally, but we are recommending it. And then these are the implementation projects we're recommending: Bay Village, Bedford, Grand River, Lake Chan, North Royalton, and Richmond Heights. So the financial impacts, as stated, the action recommends the $2.3 million in available funding for the 2026 TLCI program to be awarded to those recommended projects. And the TLCI program is funded by an annual set aside from NOACA Surface Transportation Block Grant, or STBG, program funds during the development of NOACA's annual overall work program and biennial TIP. Next steps, pending board approval, NOACA staff will work with project sponsors to implement the projects. And again, we're asking for this to be recommended to the executive committee for placement on the March 2026 Board of Directors agenda, the approval of the state fiscal year 2026 TLCI program recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Telepak. Can I have a motion to recommend this? Made by Mayor Bobst, second by Mayor Morgan. Any discussion? Ms. English?
Couple of questions. You did a partial funding on the implementation, and I see there was just one non-successful planning study. Did you think about, if you were giving up to 500, giving them a partial, or why did you not fund them at all? Since there was only one that didn't get funded.
I had a little trouble hearing. You're asking why the one wasn't recommended, is that correct?
Yeah, if you were giving up to 500,000, you did give a partial on implementation. Did you guys think about giving them a partial award, or could they not use it?
I believe, and Grace, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some kind of policy that only 500,000 can be given to the planning studies.
Right, what she's asked, I'm sorry, what Ms. English is asking is, we only spent 420,000 and we still had 80,000 to spend. Did we consider a partial award for that, for the study?
Yes, I apologize. We did consider that, but based on some various things that we use to evaluate applications and projects and capacity, that's the reason we didn't recommend that project at this time.
Okay, and then my second question is how on the implementation, the one that you gave a partial to, I mean, they have a significant ask that you're giving very little money to. They can still do their project with the little bit of funding that they got on that Lake Tran job.
So the question was the Lake Tran one, which is number 4 under implementation, the recommended award is much lower than their request. So just assuring that that project can go forward without the full funding.
I mean, I'll start with it is very unusual for a project to either apply for 1.5 million out of a $1.5 million pot, nor has NOACA ever given more than $500,000 for a project. So I think the expectations were probably even coming into it that they weren't going to get that entire amount. But I will ask Leah, because I know we have conversations when we only partially fund projects about their project progress.
Yeah, we always ask the applicants in those virtual meetings that we had that I mentioned, the end of October, early November, if your project is to be recommended, would you accept partial funding? So we always ask the applicants that. They are able to do that. This is a project that isn't new, that they've had in the making, that we actually have, I believe, funding set aside for already. So this is just adding to that pot that already exists to contribute to the project.
So it's one of the layers in their stack of funding.
Correct.
And then just one last point that I've made a few times in the past, you know, we've talked about this, Grace, is that when these implementation funds, I mean, I see that the cities ask for these low amounts, but I will tell you as a recipient, you know, when we help Olmsted Township out with theirs, that federal funding of $100,000, it really puts a lot more work into a project of that nature. And I just think the minimum that we give on federal funding should go up because, I mean, John and his team know too, the amount of work that we have to do administratively on projects for that small amount of money is significant. So I would suggest in the future that the implementation grants have some kind of basement amount that's a little higher than what we're showing.
We actually just talked about this in the policy committee meeting that as part of our focus areas for this year, we will be reviewing policies. The TLCI is one of them. And one of the specific things we want to look at are the thresholds for funding.
Thank you. And just one comment, the TLCI is incredibly impactful for communities like ours. So I just want to thank the staff and thank Grace and the team. It is a really important project that I wish we could devote more money to. Yes. Any additional questions or comments? It's been moved and seconded to recommend this to the executive committee. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you. Just a couple more items. Next is focus areas and CY 2026 Planning and Programming Committee focus areas. Mr. May.
I think we still have a few more items, so I'll try to be brief about this. Yeah, I'm just going to be taking you through the focus areas, which will set the tone for the work that this committee does in calendar year 2026. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to review and approve the committee focus areas for calendar year 2026. Every year, we come to this committee with focus areas, and these are areas on which we'd spend additional time during the year and work with the committee to achieve our goals. Specific to the Planning and Programming Committee, its purpose is to develop recommendations for implementing policies with regard to transportation, water quality, and air quality efforts. So the Policy Committee develops region-wide policies, and then the Planning and Programming Committee implements those policies through projects and programs. The goals are to ensure the efficient and effective development and implementation of the agency's planning and programming efforts, advance the agency's efforts regarding the environment, particularly with responsibilities in areas of water and air quality, and then advancing the agency's efforts regarding the safe and efficient travel of all modes of transportation. In 2025, This committee set forth specific focus areas at that time that guided the calendar year. The 2025 focus area initiatives are listed here. They are all ongoing, and they include climate action planning. You recall that the board adopted the climate action plan back in December of 2025. The Cleveland and Nowaka had finalized the CCAP and also an implementation playbook to help communities act on CCAP measures and technical appendices, and that was submitted to US EPA back in December. So additional areas of focus recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee included the Cuyahoga River Basin and waterfront development. This initiative, other areas include innovative planning as a result of technological advances such as workforce mobility and accessibility and mobility tool, lakefront connectivity planning. We have a number of projects ongoing and implemented to that effect. Updating the long-range plan, which was approved in June of 2025. Other focus area initiatives listed here are ongoing, and they include pavement maintenance system, planning for non-motorized modes of travel, policies and strategies to manage urban sprawl, implementation of our Nowaka electric vehicle charging station program, phases 1 and 2, managing the regional van pool program, the implementation of the SAVE plan, signal timing optimization program administered annually, the state fiscal year 26 to 29 TIP, that was adopted by the board and went into effect on July 1 of calendar year 2025. And then we'd be managing that document. And then we have transit and transit-oriented development planning. So with respect to the focus areas for 2026, most of the areas listed are continued or ongoing from 2025. I won't go through them. I just wanted to point out 2 new initiatives listed here. One being the development of the 2028 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program, and that'll begin with the development of the projects recommended for NOACA funds. And then we will also be developing the Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. So at this point, I'd just like to open it up to this committee for any additional thoughts on new or ongoing efforts within the purview, the scope, or the purpose that was outlined previously that you feel might be important to work to do, undertake in 2026.
Thank you. Are there other thoughts from the committee members to be added? Director Serby?
Just to emphasize, we talked about in policy committee too about safe streets and roads for all that Cuyahoga County Planning Commission will be doing for a comprehensive plan for the county to coordinate with NOACA. So I would just say that as well. And then also around transit-oriented development, county planning, City of Cleveland, RTA. We've all been working very closely together. So I would encourage, continued cooperation and coordination with NOACA around transit-oriented development work. So.
Are you recommending or requesting that these be added?
No, I think they're in
specific
here.
focus?
I think they're in here specifically, but just to reemphasize efforts that are underway that we can coordinate with NOACA on.
Okay, very good. Director Pecuri?
I just wanted to mention the Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. I'm happy to see it on there. I will mention that I'm very impressed with how well ODOT and NOACA have been working together, the staff at the staff level to really make this a success. So I just wanted to, I guess, give that plug and thank you to the NOACA staff for working so well with ODOT to make this successful.
Yeah, thank you, Director Pecuri, for the comments that you provided that allowed us to take a step back and really think about how to make this program successful.
So we would craft meeting agendas to accomplish the identified focus areas. And with that, I would request the committee's approval of the 2026 focus areas.
Thank you, Mr. May. I'll entertain a motion to approve by Director Serby, second by Mayor Morgan. Any additional questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? A motion is approved. Thank you. Ed, go ahead. You can continue. The next one is the subcommittee focus areas.
Yeah, so here, the action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend these focus areas. This would be to approve the calendar year 2026 focus areas for 3 subcommittees that report up to this committee. Those being the Air Quality Subcommittee, the Transportation Subcommittee, and the Water Quality Subcommittee. So you'll be approving those focus areas as well. I'm going to go through a very similar presentation for each of these subcommittees. The first being the Air Quality Subcommittee. The purpose of the committee is to provide advice and policy recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee with regard to air quality environmental powers of the agency. And it provides, in addition to advice and policy recommendations, it assists the Planning and Programming Committee and agency staff in identifying significant environmental problems, priorities, and concerns with development of a comprehensive regional approach to environmental concerns. The ongoing work in 2025 included the Regional Climate Action Planning, the Go Ohio Commute Employer Engagement, Air Quality Education and Outreach Program implementation, mobile emissions reduction efforts, and the solicitation process and approval of the projects for 2025 congestion mitigation air quality funding. With respect to the areas of focus in 2026, all of the areas listed are continued from 2025 or previous years for the Air Quality Subcommittee, so I won't go through that. I'd just like to ask if there are any other potential for areas for this Air Quality Subcommittee that the committee might like them to focus on.
Just a question, Ed, did the subcommittees also weigh in on these areas of focus?
Well, no, actually.
Or do we direct them?
We'll share with them.
Okay.
I will say that there were comments in earlier committees today about the Regional Climate Action Planning that there were positive comments about us continuing to work on it. However, there was also the recognition that we will only be working on it through the completion of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. Currently, the grant is nearly complete relative to the development of the cap itself and the PCAP. There's $300,000 outstanding that Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, and Medina counties have received. And so they need to finish up agreements and scopes on those and then execute them. So we will not be out of the business of climate action planning until those grants are closed out in March of 2027. So we are not undertaking any new initiatives around climate action planning, but we are completing the grant that we currently have.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the Transportation Subcommittee. Has a similar role with respect to this committee in areas of transportation planning and programming. I won't go through these in detail, just the language is very similar, essentially looking at multimodal transportation perspectives of our planning and programming efforts, and developing short and long-range plans and programs for the planning area and identifying significant transportation issues, and developing the transportation elements of the annual overall work program. So in 2025, the Transportation Subcommittee focused on these items here. I won't run through them. These are all ongoing initiatives. But for 2026, the recommended focus areas includes most of the previous year's focus areas. One new item here is, again, the development of the 2028 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. And I'll open this up for any suggestions.
Any other suggestions or questions from the group? Seeing none, proceed.
Okay. And then the last subcommittee is the Water Quality Subcommittee. This assists assists this committee with the planning advice and policy recommendations in the areas of our water quality planning and programming responsibilities. Provides advice and policy recommendations and assists in identifying significant environmental problems, priorities, and concerns with development of a comprehensive regional approach. Here is the 2025 Water Quality Subcommittee focus areas. I won't go through this. I would just tell you that the same is for the 2026 area, focus areas here. They are the same and they will continue on. So I will just ask if there are any other projects that, or focus areas you'd like to include.
Any other projects? Seeing none?
So we, again, will continue to develop meeting agendas and materials with the subcommittees that reflect the focus areas that were presented today. And with that, I ask that the Planning and Programming Committee approve the subcommittee focus areas for calendar year 2026.
Thank you, Mr. May. Motion for approval by Director DeRosa, second by Mr. Cunningham. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you very much. I think that's the last of our action items. We do have presentation and discussion for information, state fiscal year 2027 overall work program overview. I'll turn that to Grace and then Ronnie Blackshear.
Yeah, so annually, we prepare an overall work program and budget. For many of you, your governments look at it as an operating budget. This is what we do for development of the budget. This is a requirement at the federal level to produce this kind of detailed document. I usually like to use this as an opportunity to thank NOACA staff for all of the efforts they put into not just putting the plan and developing the plan, which we are bringing to you for 2027, but for actually executing on all the projects throughout the year. So thank you to the NOACA staff. And with that, I turn it over to Ronnie Blackshear, who will discuss the content of the overall work program for 2027 fiscal year.
Thank you. Mr. Blackshear?
Thank you. Ronnie Blackshear for the record, NOACA staff. There's no action requested. This item is being presented for information only, and there's no previous action. As far as the background of the overall work program, it includes new initiatives, ongoing activities, budget, and a framework for the long-range plan implementation. As far as the approval process, work begins on an OWP and budget between August and December of the calendar year. For this particular one, January 30th, later today, the Finance and Audit Committee will hear the budget portion of the OWP. February 13th, it will be presented to the Executive Committee. March 6th is the draft that's due to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA. March 13th is the board action for approval of the OWP, and the final OWP is due to ODOT, FHWA, and FTA by May 8th. There are 7 divisions of the work program that's listed here. And I'll go over each of the divisions. I won't tell you everything that they do, but it's all in your packet. And each of the division directors are here should there be any additional questions for them. Regarding the Executive Committee, provide overall administration, management, and strategic leadership of the organization, government affairs and research on federal and state policy and funding, board, committee, and council support. Regarding programming, develop the state fiscal year 2028 through 2031 transportation improvement program and manage the 2026 through 2029 TIP. Also monitor capital program performance measures, maintain monitoring program reviews and compliance with federal and state oversight requirements. With regards to environmental planning, prepare daily air quality public forecasts, alerts, and messaging. Provide technical support for air quality outreach and public education. Review wastewater treatment plans for consistency with Clean Water 2020. And continue managing and maintaining the Brownfields revolving loan program. Under Transportation Planning and Engineering, the Transportation Engineering section, manage implementation of NOACA's EV Stations Program, administer the NOACA Regional Safety Program, evaluate the 2020 through 2030 Congestion Management Plan. Under the Transportation Modeling section of TPAD, perform sub-regional transportation analysis as needed, manage the annual traffic count program, update and maintain the NOACA GIS portal, and implement GIS data analysis and mapping requests. Under the Transportation Planning section of TPAD, implement the annual bike and pedestrian manual and automatic count collection program, maintain and update inventory of existing facilities of active modes of travel, identify and prioritize bicycle and pedestrian facility investments. Under the Public Affairs Division, develop and implement communication and marketing strategies to increase awareness, understanding, and support of NOACA's vision, mission, and goals. Develop and implement external communication strategies to promote partnerships, build consensus, and foster fairness in decision-making process. And plan, develop, and implement a public affairs agenda and priorities to articulate and advocate NOACA's regional planning and policy development goals. Under the Administrative Services Division, manage procurement, including administration of policy and procedures, major purchases of goods and services, vendor relations, and execution of contracts. Deploy information technology resources to enable efficient production of high-quality, advanced-level outputs and support collaboration among staff, stakeholders, and partners. And under the Finance Division, oversee development and management of the OWP budget, provide both internal and external customer support for all finance-related needs, and facilitate annual audit of NOACA's financial statements. The next steps, public review begins mid-February. Draft of the OWP will be placed on the February Executive Committee agenda pending board approval at the March meeting. And I'll open it up for any questions should you have any for our division directors.
Thank you, Mr. Blackshear. That is a very detailed plan for the operations of NOACA. We appreciate the time and effort that went into putting that together. And thank you to all the staff who do execute the plan. Are there any questions, comments from the committee? Thank you very much. No action requested. Our next item is state fiscal year 2028 to 2031 TIP development. Discussion or presentation on the methodology for selecting potential projects for NOACA funds, and would like to welcome Sarah White.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know most of you are very familiar with the Transportation Improvement Program and maybe the methodology, but today I'm going to walk you through how we get to a list of projects for our new TIP. So this is for our upcoming 28 to 31 TIP development and how we select potential projects. No action is being requested. This is for information and input only. But we have discussed this with Transit Council, BPAC, Safety and Operations, and the Transportation Subcommittee. So again, the Transportation Improvement Program, or the TIP, is the program of all of the transportation projects that we look to help implement in a 4-year period. So it is the implementation arm of the long-range plan, WeNeo 2050 Plus. This is also incorporated into the statewide Transportation Improvement Program, as it contains ODOT and NOACA funded projects throughout our region. And then just in terms of timing, we develop this every 2 years. So the TIP is made up of 3 main components. You see on the screen, we have the roadway and transportation alternative section. So that includes any ODOT district, major and local federal funding programs. Also the statewide CMAQ program that NOACA administers for our urban region. and then any other NOACA funding programs. There's also a transit section, which has all of our transit agencies of the 5 counties for your programs involved. And then lastly, we do have an appendices, so that includes all the project lists, information about funding programs, and then additionally, other analysis that is important to the plan. So time-wise, we are beginning to develop this new plan for state fiscal year 2028, and we will intend to present this to the board for action in next March of 27, so next March. And then the tip will take effect on July 1st, 27. So July 1st being the beginning of state fiscal year 28. So as I mentioned earlier, the tip includes all projects funded with NOACA administered programs. And on the screen, these are our main 4 programs. So of course, Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG, around 34 million. And these are estimates as to what the allocations will be. Also the Transportation Alternative Program, Carbon Reduction Program, and again, the Statewide Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, or CMAQ. This program is timed a little differently. We look 5 years out for this program, so all the projects have already been determined through 2031. So next, the projects advanced in the TIP with NOACA funds. We make sure that if they're involved in the TIP, they best present the priorities contained in the long-range plan, We NEO 2050 plus. And we also ensure that they align with established state and federal initiatives. And as far as the process for the upcoming TIP, we will be utilizing the same process as last time for our current TIP, which is 26 to 29. And again, we incorporate our long-range plan priorities and of course, board-adopted policies and initiatives. So this graphic is illustrating the methodology that staff uses to sort through and prioritize a very long list of projects in our region. So I'm just going to walk quickly through the steps. We start at the very top, looking at the whole universe of possible projects in our 5 counties. We screen against the long-range plan priorities. We coordinate, very important piece, coordinating with regional and local sponsors. As we move down, the list is getting smaller, and we also filter by the top 25% of transit or transportation asset management projects. And then lastly, we evaluate the remaining projects against regional significance and other criteria. So I'll quickly give you a little bit more background in each step. Again, the first one is getting a look at all of the projects possible. So we start with long-range plan projects, keeping in mind the priorities to maintain, enhance, and expand within certain project buckets. We take into account the four Ps, plans, policies, programs, and projects. Looking at transportation asset management again, safety and congestion priority locations throughout the region. And then we also look back to our active transportation plans. And then lastly, if there are any submitted projects we receive from the local community or our transit agencies. So the next step is screening all of these projects against our long-range plan. And looking into different areas for project priorities. So we're looking at pavement, bridge condition, congestion and safety, regionally significant. So is this project important to our economy, the travel for everyone getting around, and then important destinations in our communities. And then additionally, transit facilities and operations. And then lastly, transportation alternatives. So some of those projects might look like safe routes to school, TLCI planning studies that were just discussed earlier this meeting, and then any type of historic transportation facilities. So again, a very important piece is coordinating with our regional and local sponsors. So here we look to get tangible information about all these projects by going into the community and talking to the people who are really familiar. So staff intends to begin these meetings or start planning these meetings with each NOACA county and with the city of Cleveland in early spring of this year. And then again to the fourth step, more information. So sorting these projects by criteria. So we filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects by county and region, and then by cost effectiveness. We then filter a little bit farther, looking at projects that might already be on an implementation plan, or maybe they're even completed. And then lastly, we incorporate all other plan types. So looking at the safety, congestion, TA, and regionally significant projects. And then lastly, as we get towards the final projects still remaining on the list, this scale illustrates when we evaluate based on regional impact scoring criteria. So for example, if we have a project, we want to understand at what geographic scale the project will impact our job centers or intermodal facilities. So we take a look at that based by weight and then assign points. And then another criteria, relationship to our existing plans. How does the project relate to identified priorities within these plans? And another example of a policy that we look to consider is our complete and green streets policy and opportunities to integrate green infrastructure, improve water quality, and accommodate all users. And then a few more considerations include community benefit. Will these projects benefit disadvantaged communities, urban core, areas of persistent poverty? And then lastly, are there new technological adaptations that we can include in the project to improve the use? So mobility and transportation corridors or EV charging stations. Okay, so we are to our schedule. So again, we will continue to work with our advisory councils and subcommittees, taking a look at these projects that we've identified, and also within the same time frame, we do intend to communicate with our counties and cities to understand what projects that they would like to prioritize and see on the tip. The funding recommendations that come out of those lists will be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee in July of this year, and then the Executive Committee in 2026 for Board of Directors approval for that priority list in September of this year. And then lastly, in the very end, we will work with the project sponsors for those on the tip list to do scope, schedule, and budgets. And then again, just reiterating that we do intend to present that final tip document with all 3 sections at the Board of Directors meeting in March 2027. And so just laying out the rest of our task for this year, and then when we will bring the SFY 28 to 31 tip back to our committees.
Thank you, Ms. White. Appreciate the presentation. Any, Director Serby?
Not really a question, but I just want to say that I appreciate that step 5 that was in there about the community impact. Without the equity subcommittee's existence now and without the EJ policy, I think those were the pieces that we're really looking at, those areas of disinvestment, the areas of poverty, to see it in this now without any of the words that we can't use. It's really where the equity subcommittee was doing the work to make sure that that was how we're recommending projects, that we're taking those pieces of information into consideration. So I'm happy to see it there.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that's not new. That has been in our process. And so that was another way we were working with the equity subcommittee to ensure that, but this has been our procedure, our process.
What type of information do you need for a project to be considered? Do you have to have preliminary engineering or potential cost, or is it enough to say we need our marginal roads redone? Can we look at that? Just for example.
Obviously, the more information, the better. However, we do need at the very least costs. So you've got to go through some level of engineering study to get to your costs.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from the group?
I just wanted to take a second, and if you, I don't think I caught that, but just wanting to draw the difference for the committee between the development of the TIP and the presentation of the NOACA funded components. Right. So,
Would you like me to go?
I'm sorry, if you could go to the next page, the next one. Nope, back. Back one more. Nope, I guess that would be it. It would be that timeline. But explain the difference between the TIP and the full TIP and then the NOACA allocated projects. Because it really is a two-step process. And what's important for this committee is, of course, the entire TIP, but the entire TIP includes ODOT funding.
Right.
It includes other funding, whereas NOACA funded projects
Just
are simply related to the funds that NOACA gets and that we allocate for our projects.
Correct.
And so there's a lot of interest in that piece of the TIP because that's how you're able to get funded through us. But there is that other part of it that is also very important. And if I, could I
Yeah,
just cover
that-
it?
That's essentially it. We have our own allocations. That's the SDBG, TA, the CRP, and sub-allocated CMAC. That is, so we are authorized or designated to commit that funding to whatever roadway projects or bridges or whatever the system enhancements might be at our discretion. So that's the list that we're working on now, the projects that'll utilize NOACA funding. The rest of the TIP, by the way, that budget for the NOACA's funding is about 10% of what the overall TIP is. The rest of the TIP is, we go through the same process. We coordinate with ODOT District 12, District 3, the transit agencies to find out what their capital projects are and what their programs are. But that is a separate process. We have less direct input to what projects are selected because they have their own project selection criteria, their own processes and so forth. But that TIP would be the one that would be presented to the March board. But that TIP would also contain the projects that we ultimately committed funding to and hopefully get approved in September of calendar year 2026.
And so as an example, the criteria that we just went through with that five-step process, or is it 5 or 6, is really only NOACA attributable
Correct.
funding. We do not put ODOT projects through that process or any other projects. As Ed said, they have their own processes.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions from the group? There is no action on this item, so we'll move on to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates that we have not heard yet? Seeing none, I'll move to old business. Is there any old business? Am I missing something? We did both of those. Nope, all right, no, any old business? Any new business? I will say thank you all for hanging in there through the whole meeting. Your involvement is both important and appreciated. Thank you for taking the time to be here. That does conclude our meeting. I'll take a motion to adjourn by Ms. English, second by Mr. Cunningham. All in favor, please say aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any members feel the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Before we get started with the meeting, I do want to welcome some of the following new board members to the Finance and Audit Committee. I'm going to state their names. I know we have, I know one is here. Sandra Morgan, Mayor, City of East Cleveland. Jason Boyd, County Administrator, Lake County. Andy Hopp, County Engineer, Geauga County. And Marty Gallagher, Commissioner, Lorain County. Everyone welcome as new members. Next, the minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of November 14th, 2025? 2025, yes, thank you. If not, can I have a motion to approve? Second? Second by Bonnie. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Next, public comment. I believe no one has signed in. No. We're going to move on to our chair's report and executive director's report. Grace?
I have no report, but a very short announcement. As you know, annually, we have an audit completed, as most organizations, if not all organizations do. We are reaching the end of that for us here at NOACA. We think it's looking good in terms of the outcome, and the Finance Committee will be invited to the exit interview by the auditors. So just keep your eyes peeled out for that invitation.
Thank you, Grace. Next, we're going to move on to action items. First, we have calendar year 2026 Finance and Audit Committee focus areas. Presenter Deb Wardell.
Good afternoon. I'm used to saying good morning to this committee, so I kind of like having it in afternoon. I'm Deb Wardell. I'm the Finance Director, and I'm here to assist in the discussion of the focus areas for this calendar year for Finance and Audit Committee. We're requesting the approval of calendar year 2026 Finance and Audit Committee focus areas. The calendar year 2025 focus areas were previously approved in February of 2025. According to the charter, the purpose of the Finance and Audit Committee is to aid in ensuring that NOACA follows sound financial planning, accounting, and administrative practices. 3 specific goals are to ensure the agency maintains a strong and healthy financial condition, the agency funds are spent efficiently and effectively, and to ensure the allocation of agency funds best supports the NOACA mission. The calendar year 2025 focus areas were the OWP Budget Development and Management, the TIP Financial Plans and Administration, Procurement and Contract Administration, Federal and State Loan Securement for New Projects, and Financial Oversight. The potential calendar year 2026 includes focus areas from calendar year 2025. I'm so sorry. My apologies. The calendar year 2025 accomplishments with the assistance of the committee and their oversight include NOACA's fiscal year 26 OWPN budget was approved by ODOT and FHWA on the initial submission. There were 7 procurements authorized, including Phase 4 of the Net Zero Cool project to have a mural painted on the exterior of the NOACA building. NOACA authorized nearly $1 million of OCPG funding and began work on the study of Boston Road and alternative locations for the I-71 interchange in the Strongsville, Brunswick area. NOACA was awarded $750,000 in supplemental funding for the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, and NOACA received a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from GFOA for the 4th year in a row. The potential calendar year 2026 focus areas include the ones from 25, but do have 2 new ones that staff is recommending. So the first 5 are ongoing and more from 25. The 6th one, review and oversight of auditor and state advisory opinions. You may be familiar with these. If you have gone over them in your communities, they are a statewide requirement. Bulletin 2025-07, it has to do with cybersecurity threats and ransomware attacks. Bulletin 2025-12 has to do with the restriction of rewards that are earned during official business. And Bulletin 2025-13 deals with sales tax when you are making purchases on behalf of a public office. Staff also recommends adding the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund program to the oversight of the Finance and Audit Committee. Once approved, meeting agendas and materials will be crafted to accomplish the identified focus areas agreed upon today. The action requested is approval of the calendar year 2026 Finance and Audit Committee focus areas, and I open the floor for discussion and review. And any questions? Thank you.
Any questions for Deb? Grace, anything to add?
No, just that this committee has always been very, very helpful in doing the work of NOACA relative to maintaining a sound financial strategy and a sound financial position. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. If no other questions, can I have a motion to approve? Is there a second? Debbie? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion approved. Next, state fiscal year 2027 overall work plan budget. Presenters, Ronnie Blackshear, Deb Wardell, and Grace Colucci.
So this is our annual OWP and budget. There are 2 components to the document. One is the overall work program that outlines the specific projects and programs that we will work on. The other component is the financial tables and numbers that we call the budget. This is very similar to your operating budget. This is the document that covers all of the work of NOACA staff. And speaking of the work of NOACA staff, I do want to take a second to thank NOACA staff, not only for the development of this document, which is a lot of work to project what you're going to be doing in fiscal year 27 and carrying that through, but also the execution of the plans day in and day out. We're currently in fiscal year 26. We're in the second half, and we are working towards completing that item, and then we'll start right away on this one. So thanks to the NOACA staff for all your hard work.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ronnie.
For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. The action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2026 Board of Directors agenda, which is the approval of the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2027 overall work program and budget. Previous action was the State Fiscal Year OWP, which was approved by the board in March of 2025 and amended by the board in September of 2025. The overall work program is comprised of new initiatives, ongoing activities, the budget, and a framework for the long-range plan implementation. Work begins on the OWP and budget in between August and December of the calendar year. For this particular year, we're here now for the finance and audit, the budget portion, which is today. February 13th, it goes to the executive committee. March 6th is the draft of the OWP, which is due to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA. March 13th is the board action to approve the OWP. And the final OWP goes to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA by May of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Deb.
Thanks, Ronnie. While the details of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget can be found throughout the OWP, there was a link, I believe, provided in your packet. There are some points that would like to bring to the forefront for this committee's consideration. NOACA's operating budget is projected to decrease by $8.7 million, or 25% over the current fiscal year. The pass-through budget is showing a significant decrease as well, as the MARAD infra grant for the Irishtown Bend project is projected to be expended by the end of fiscal year 26, leaving the 5310 and brownfield programs in the pass-through budget. The standard budget assumptions have remained unchanged, with authorization for 47 staff members, a possible 3% total merit increase for staff members, and health insurance increases. The revenue sources that fund NOACA operating budget are broken down into local, state, and federal, with the obvious here being the majority being federal grants. Taking a closer look at the breakdown of the federal grant sources, the largest contributor in NOACA history has typically been Consolidated Planning Grant, generally at 75%, until fiscal year 25, when we received the CFI grant. It was added to our budget. And so for the second consecutive year, I'm sorry, at the end of calendar year 25. So for the second consecutive year, FHWA, because of the CFI grant, is the largest source of federal funding projected. The CPG grant will provide 16% of the federal funds for fiscal year 27, with CMAQ, STBG, FTA, and EPA rounding out the federal revenue sources. The operating capital expenditures account for 57% of the budget. It's predominantly, again, due to the CFI grant, which is basically an in and out grant. If we expend it, that is the only thing that it can be spent on. Salaries are the second highest projected category at 18%, or when you combine them with employee benefits, 27%. Comparing actual expenditures from fiscal year 25 and projected expenditures in 26 and 27, we can see several trends occurring. Salary and benefits have been increasing at an average rate of 17%, primarily due to an increased number in staff members, promotions and merit raises, and finally, health insurance cost increases. Contractual service costs are expected to decrease by 32% from fiscal year 26, primarily due to the progress and completion of several studies. Occupancy and operating costs have stabilized over the last few years. However, we are seeing the effects of national trends in the rise of utility and service repair costs. The operating capital expenses have also normalized, but we are anticipating the need for some parking lot, roofing, window repairs, replacements in the near future. So we've budgeted for that. And the other capital category accounts for not only the CFI EV charging station grant, but also the potential revenue that we're anticipating for crowdfunding for the Irishtown Bend project.
Deb, if I may interject for a moment.
Sure.
In the salaries and benefits where you see the upward trend, And thank you for explaining that. I did want to add one more thing to that explanation, and that if you look at contractual services and you see that going down, in addition to the reasons you gave of completing some of those projects, we were able to not rely on consultants as much because we were able to get positions filled. So there is a relationship between those two.
Thank you, Grace.
Sure.
The budget will be available for public review beginning in February. The next steps include this state fiscal year 2027 OWPN budget draft is due to ODOT and federal agencies early in March, and NOACA's board will take action on the same in March of 2026. Finally, we're asking that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2026 Board of Directors agenda to approve the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2027 OWP budget.
Thank you. Any questions for Deb or Ronnie before we move forward? Not, I'd like to have a motion to approve. Motion by Nicole. Is there a second? Second by Sandra. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you. Next, request for additional NOACA funds to address project cost increase, City of Chardon TSG upgrade. And our presenter today is Sarah White.
Good afternoon. Today, I am bringing you a request for additional NOACA funding to address project increased cost for the City of Chardon's TSG upgrade. We are asking for a recommendation to add this to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 26 Board of Directors agenda. And previously, the project in-cost increase management policy was approved by the Board of Directors in June of 2015. So just for some basic background, NOACA received a request for additional project funding this quarter. And again, that was for the City of Chardon's upgrade to their citywide traffic signals. And we evaluated this request against our project increase management policy. This board approved policy guides the management of all of our administered funds, and the project policy reviews project sponsor requests for funding beyond original awards. So policies, project cost policy, eligible request must be from these areas due to unforeseen conditions during engineering of right-of-way, change orders during construction, or any conditions not reasonably accounted for in the engineering phase. Additionally, requests are limited to 15% of the original board commitment, and all requests for projects, they must have received the Stage 3 design plan approval. And that includes an estimate to see what the updated project cost is. And then all other funding committed to the project must be utilized to its capacity. So just taking a look at some of the reasonings behind this request for additional funding. This project, the TSG signal upgrade, was a CMAQ funded project, and its original funding request was due May 2021. Just due to the nature of the CMAQ program, projects are evaluated 5 years before usual implementation. So taking a look at what has happened in that time, we utilized the Ohio Department of Transportation's estimating department and the reports that they produce. And between the time of the original application and the estimation, ODOT's construction cost index did increase quite rapidly. Between state fiscal years 21 and 24, it increased by 37 points. We have seen a decrease in the most recent report out. But the overall increase between state fiscal years 21 and 25 was about 24%, or 28 points. And then additionally, this cost change over time that you're seeing on the screen right now is state fiscal years. But ODOT also produces during the beginning of a calendar year as well. So we get 2 reports every year. So just looking at the calendar year, the projected inflation based upon their reports, you can see through 21 and 22, it sat at around 2.7 up to 8%, but the actual measured inflation was quite a bit more. So in 21, we had 4.2% higher inflation than estimated, and in 22, 3.4%, and 23, calendar year 23, 2.2%. Again, the inflation has eased a bit in the past calendar year, or in the end of 2024, but we still see quite a large increase during those mid years. So taking that into account and utilizing the policy in our evaluation, we do feel that the requests against the controlling policy criteria are met. We do see that there were unforeseen conditions, especially taking into consideration when the original award was applied for. Funding is available in the current TIP, and the recommendation is no more than 15% of that original commitment. The project has gone through ODOT Stage 3 plan approval. Apologies. And all funding commitments have currently been used to capacity. Staff is recommending the request for 15%. So that total, taking into account the original amount, is $111,450. So the current estimate, the actual need is on your screen, and our current, the original board award was $743,300, and so the 15% increase is $111,450. So just for a little more detail of how much that 15% makes up the additional cost, you'll see here that we do have on the far left for A and B, the original amount. So Chardon was awarded in 2021, 52% of the full estimate at the time. The current award, again, is remaining for NOACA, but taking into consideration the new estimate, it would require a coverage of $223,512 of gap between original and new estimates. Looking at the recommended cap, NOACA would be covering 49.9% of that gap. And then the new total award from NOACA for Chardon would be $854,450. And Chardon would cover the $800,080 remaining. So again, the financial impacts of this recommendation would be an additional $111,450 to the project, and additional funding within our current 26-29 TIP is available. Pending board approval, the TIP would be updated to reflect revised funding commitment. So we are asking recommendation to add this to the executive committee for consideration at the Board 26 Board of Directors agenda, approving a request from the City of Chardon for an additional 15% funding cost increase.
Thank you. Any questions? I mean, this is consistent with how we've treated other projects in the past. Any additional questions for Sarah? Bonnie has a quick, go ahead, Bonnie.
I do. Just curious, I was fascinated by the inflation rates, but when do we expect the 25 rates to come out?
So I was hoping the report would be on the website as well, because they generally will release it in January of the following year. I'm not sure when that report will come out, so that we can see 25. The closest we have is the mid 25 for the fiscal year, and we do see it reducing, at least on the index, by 5 points.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Mara. Is there a second? Second by Bonnie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Sarah, and I believe you have next on our agenda as well, presentation and discussion items. Sarah?
Thank you. This presentation is a regular update to everyone on the Finance and Audit Committee. We review our second quarter state fiscal year 26 capital programs performance measures. No action is requested, and previous action includes the 2016 review and approval by the board to set these capital programs performance measures. This is a quick review of the amount of money that NOACA is managing in our capital infrastructure programs for this state fiscal year. SDBG is at 33.7 million, TA at 4.2, the CMAC program at 18, and the carbon reduction program, or CRP, at 4.6. So our total state fiscal year 26 allocation is 60.5 million. So these performance measures were set to ensure that we, as an agency and as a board, are making informed decisions, looking at optimal expenditure of all of the funds that we are entrusted to administer, and then offering, as best as possible, increased transparency and accountability. So looking at the measurements, we do have four performance measures in 2 elements of our capital programs. So that includes program delivery and then fund utilization. Starting with the program delivery category, we take a look at our % on-time project implementation. So here we are looking at the timeline of projects awarded for implementation within 30 days of the original estimated commitment date. And for this quarter of the state fiscal year, we were able to see 4 of 6 projects delivered on time, and that's around 67%. Our target for the full fiscal year is greater than or equal to 85. So our year-to-date total at 73%, we are working towards meeting that goal. Next in program delivery is % program balance. So to maintain as robust of a programming schedule as possible, we do try to limit the amount of projects in the 4th fiscal quarter so that we don't end up with all at the end and we're keeping a good balance. And so right now we're looking at around 21.5 million programmed in the last quarter out of 106.7 program total. So we are meeting the goal right now in the quarter at 20%. Next, we'll move on to the fund utilization category. And this performance measure looks at % of estimate accuracy. So we're looking at the variance between the funds committed by NOACA in the TIP and then NOACA funds realized at the contract award. So how close are we getting with those estimates? And for this quarter, we had 2 projects that we took a look at within the TIP budget that's at 6.8 million expected and awarded. And those bids came in at 6.2 actual. So we are under budget for those projects within this quarter. And we are meeting the target at this time. Then the last performance measure is % of funds encumbered. So the amount of NOACA funds encumbered for the current state fiscal year. What are we able to get out the door into implemented projects? For this quarter, we are sitting at 72%. 77.3 million has been encumbered out of a $106.7 million budget. We are not currently meeting the target, but we're working very steadily to increase those encumbered amounts and also using all tools that we have to advance projects. So for the remainder of the fiscal year, we are continuing to work with project sponsors in ODOT to meet these measures. We're advancing TIP projects. In this fiscal year, we have been able to advance 6 projects for a total of 24.8 million. So again, making sure we're utilizing that money in a good time frame. And then if we do have any program debt service, if we're able to advance those, that is also a tactic we will utilize. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? If not, next. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Debbie.
Sorry, I'm just, and I know that you addressed this a little bit, Sarah, but the percent funds encumbered, I mean, it does look like we're trending in the right direction, which is really good. But I guess I'm just wondering, should we be doing more? And then what happens when we're falling short of that goal? What does that mean in terms of us, getting additional funds and just who's all looking at this? It isn't a good trend.
Which one are you looking at?
At the last one, the percent funds encumbered. I mean, that's the most significant, obviously, that not reaching the goal.
We created these measures for ourselves, so nobody looks at them but us. That being said, ODOT loves our measures, so they are now putting in place the system to have all MPOs report on these. And thanks to the Finance Committee many years ago who worked with us to develop these. Should we be doing anything different? I think that the program's balance and the estimated accuracy or the encumbrances they're all related. The major issue with the program balance and the encumbrances is that project sponsors are not moving forward as quickly with their projects as they requested them. They are not following their schedules. Sometimes they're years behind. I don't want to mention any jurisdictions or any specific projects, but I've got one that's probably $20+ million that has been on ice. I shouldn't even on hold for about 6 years. And so that becomes the difficulty when project sponsors change their minds on designs, then want to redesign, or they don't move as fast as they thought they would, or they don't have the matching funds, or there's a lot of different issues that go on. That being said, we can and we are trying to be more aggressive with the communities in moving these along. We do have tools at our disposal, which are rarely used, such as clawing back the money. If I had to do that, many of you in this room would not be happy with me. So we try not to do that, and we just need to move faster on projects. Work with the communities. Again, we don't have much that we can do other than, help them coordinate, get ODOT on board with us, and which we do. We try to work together, but we need to push it even harder.
So I lost my thought there. I'm concerned, though, that we're going to then see more of what we just voted on is projects that are over budget because, I get that there's a lag time and I get that obviously, everything's financially changing, but should we be thinking about creating some sort of benchmark? Because I could see 6 years turn into 10 years. And then at what point do we say, okay, that project has not made any progress at all. We do need to reconsider it. So I'm just wondering if we should be, as a board or the right committee, thinking about, okay, if you go 2 years and you haven't done X or 3, whatever the right timing is, give people time. I agree. I'm sure we've made changes, but just so that they don't sit out there indefinitely and there's a process to really say, okay, now you've not moved at all. we may have to claw it back, or you may have to reapply, or, something to that nature.
So the standard is 3 years, which comes from the federal grant. We have the flexibility to move money around, which is why we don't get penalized and don't lose money. And so that's where the flexibility allows us to do things to support communities that haven't moved as fast. That being said, if we would like to put a policy together that is more, I guess, specific, robust, that allows us to do that, we can do that. I just, again, tell you from past experience, it has not gone very well when we've tried to put that in place because everybody at the table will have projects that should have been clawed back.
Is it possible for you to share with us, without naming projects, at a future meeting, just sort of how long and sort of the bell curve of how long are projects delayed? So you said you have one for 6 years, or you have 10 for 5 years, just so we can understand how bad that problem really is. It's hard to know with these percentages.
Yeah, we can try
And
to.
again, not by project specific or anything like
Yep.
that, just to give us a sense of that.
Yeah.
And then I think once we look at that, it'll make more sense whether or not we really do need to do
Some
something.
of it is just a couple of big projects that cause the most balance. And some of that is because we've allocated funds, but their costs have gone up and the jurisdictions don't have the rest of the money. In some cases, we have then given them more money so they could complete it. And then, things change, administrations change. So there's a lot that goes on, but there are also a lot of the smaller ones that just get delayed. So yeah, we'll put that together for you. And I'm sorry that ODOT is not at this meeting because one of the issues I know that Nicole and I have talked about with one of our big projects that the county will be administering for one of the communities is that the process to get ODOT approvals is cumbersome and long. So what I'm going to say is we'll put that together for you, but we might even put something a little bit more that it tries to explain why.
I was gonna That's what I was gonna add. If maybe we could just do a quick survey of why and see what those trends are, because I mean, inflation obviously is hitting all of us and that's a problem. But then, we've really partnered in Cuyahoga County with the cities who get awarded federal money and aren't, used to using federal money. And so we really try to reach out and help the communities, and maybe that could be done. I'm sure other counties are doing that, but if there's some other trends like that that have been working, that we could, give to these cities some tips
Sure.
to get their projects going.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
That's why I was so fascinated by the inflation rates, because our inflation rates are negative numbers. And I guess if we wait long enough, the projects will be free according to the trends. So, that's, yeah. Yeah, and that's why those numbers really fascinate me, that they're actually going down from what we're used to, that the inflation, we could never predict what the costs were. It doesn't seem like those trends are that anymore. So it's really surprising to me. I hope those numbers are accurate, and I hope they truly are coming down. But I know our contractors are already complaining about tariffs, but that could just be another excuse to raise the cost. So we have to monitor these really closely to make, just to see and make sure our estimates are accurate.
Yeah, I mean, that's an issue as well. We have, most of the times our estimates are not bad, but sometimes they're low and sometimes they're high. And they're not our estimates, they're the community's estimates. We certainly work with them to fine tune them. With the inflation trends, yeah, they're coming down, but they're only coming down from all-time highs. So they're still high, right?
So one more item to add. I agree the metrics, the data that we get from this is extremely helpful. And then you had mentioned that ODOT is kind of asking the other MPOs to do the same kind of work to provide this information. Do we have, I don't know if they're all doing it yet, but is there a way to kind of see if the numbers are somewhat similar, with
Yeah,
other MP? How
I
we
don't know if
compare?
they've implemented that yet. I'll take a look. And if they are, you know,
It should be similarly situated MPOs because it could be different based on.
and you also have, I mean, there are differences in making sure that people are calculating them all the same.
Sure.
And and so that, I don't know if they're that far along, but yeah, we'll take a look at it. And there's some basic ODOT measures, that we can take a look at too.
But the key there is there's no concern that the money is either going to be lost or we will not get additional funding because of kind of where we're at with some of these projects.
I won't say that there's never a concern. To me, as the executive director, there's always a concern that any day, if you don't have your money spent, you have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. So we do want to be more vigilant about moving these things forward. Currently, again, we've just got a couple of big projects and that need to move forward, and I think we will be in a good place. But here's an example of an ODOT rule that is puzzling. And Nicole, this is the one that we talked about, where we have to have funds spent by the end of the fiscal year, which in my calculation, in the auditor's calculation, in everybody's calculation is June 30th of 2026 is when our fiscal year ends. But not for ODOT's purposes of these funds. They want us to have them encumbered by mid-May.
I mean, it's been going back, I mean, they won't let us file, it's like, mid-May now, we have to have filed before, if they're gonna count it, so
Right,
it
so if
keeps going back.
Right, if they've got to have them filed by mid-May, I'm losing 6 weeks of being able to put these in, on the docket. And I know Lee Road is one of those big ones that we're working on and that we're trying to make sure that they're able to advance that, even if it's just, that particular one, the community said they'll have it done by July 1. I'm like, well, could you just make it June 30th? Can you come a day early? And then I learned, well, no, ODOT's going to actually close it off in mid-May. And so there are things that I think we could better partner with ODOT on to help us with this.
Thank you, Grace. Any additional questions, comments? All right, thank you, Sarah. Next on the agenda, reports. The financial report, Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund Quarterly Report, State Fiscal Year 2026 NOACA Attributable Funded Project Monitoring Report. Those were all included in your packets. There's no questions or comments on those reports. Then I'm going to move on to old business. Is there any old business? There being none, is there any new business? If not, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Thomas, second. Sandra, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Our next meeting will be Friday, April 10th at 1:30. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate sharing.
Sure.